Good morning. June 27th. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, and futures today. We'll be watching some technical analysis, watching the SPY, GME, Bed Bath & Beyond, whatever's running. BBBYQ picked up some last night. It was a zip pick. We'll watch that some. Yeah, and all these ones in our theta farm. Probably do some daily SPY options today and futures and see if we hold on to barbecue. See if we continue to hold this rally. How long we go. Thanks guys for joining. Hope you had a good evening. Good morning to you. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Tweeted out the stream this morning. Thank you guys for your support on there. And we are at Happy Money YT on Twitter. So good morning. Thank you for your pre-market likes. $70 on the board. Well done. John, you're pumped. Many more dollars to come. Good morning, Tasty. Good morning, Tao. Thank you guys. So we have a court case, bankruptcy court on barbecue this morning. And yeah, we'll probably be watching that. The AMC's up a little bit. Dish is up a little bit. Paysafe's up 2%. Peloton's up 0.5%. Rep's up 1%. Run, no, Rider. Up 0.9. It looked like the SPY was starting to level out yesterday. See if we continue that and make kind of a handle on this sort of inverted cup. Or if we need to bounce off 430.30. I did actually open a short last night, the futures. I got stopped out on it, but I actually would have been green on it because I was opening it up from their plus like 0.20. Well, morning Tyler. Good morning to you guys. Economic data today is durable goods we had this morning, and then durable goods minus transportation. So that was that little move on SPY. A little bit of pump from that. We have new home sales coming in at 10 and consumer confidence at 10 as well. US Treasury yields rise further after data. 10-year yield up 2 basis points at 3.79%. US House Price Index month over month for April, actual is 0.7. Oh, so we got House Price Index, okay. Actual is 0.7 versus 0.6 was the previous. Estimates were 0.3. The prices are much more expensive than they estimated, and they're more expensive than last month. I think that's what that means. US House Price Index year over year was 3.1 versus 3.6. Estimates were 3.1. So nailed it on year over year. Deutsche Bank tells investors some of their Russian shares are missing. It can no longer guarantee full access to Russian stocks that belong to them. JP Morgan strategists earlier this month estimated the rebalancing flows could total about 150 billion worth of equity selling and a similar amount of bond buying. The Bank of England will push the UK into recession by the end of the year. For Bloomberg. Putin tributes to pilots killed fighting an aborted mutiny over the weekend, confirming for the first time that Russian aviators had been lost in the battle as the Wagner mercenary group marched on Moscow. First U.S. malaria cases diagnosed in decades in Florida and Texas. Oh, there's our next panic. Malaria. And what do you know? They're in two very conservative states. Hunter Biden deducted payments to prostitute sex club from his taxes. Man knows how to write off some expenses. Only 7% of American households earn $250,000 or more. Recession is inevitable, owing to the Bank of England's failure to control inflation. Warren Buffett has said AI is like the creation of the atom bomb. Americans' buying power rose for the first time since March 2021 amid falling inflation. Annual real hourly earnings increased by 0.2% on average in May, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Kathy Wood sold 8,254 shares of Tesla yesterday. Tesla's been selling off the last few days. Due for a bounce. I forgot I just got those all debit spreads on Tesla. Should be easy if you get a little upward momentum close to the money. Around 1.4 million Britons could lose a fifth of their disposable income if mortgage rates stay at current levels. Is that Englishmen? Britons. Lordstown Motors filed for bankruptcy. Surprise, surprise. Why don't I have puts on that actually? It was already so low. But that really doesn't matter. It can keep coming down. First of many. Not the first. Like the fifth of many. Still waiting on Lucid. This thing just got all that bullish news though. Saudi investment fund buys more Lucid stock. Then their deal with Aston Martin. I need to put a stop on my POAI. Okay, China's major state-owned banks were seen selling dollars in the offshore spot foreign exchange market on Tuesday, suggesting authorities wanted to slow the pace of the yuan's recent slide. The Supreme Court ruled that Louisiana's congressional map must be redrawn to add a second majority black district. Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin's jet lands in Belarus, So it's not immediately clear who's on board. Social media platform Weibo bans a financial writer with millions of followers for commenting on the Chinese stock market. It's tanking. China's state bank spotted selling dollars. We read that. That was FX. Australians begin to turn to an Albanese as inflation rates bite. Begin to turn on Albanese. NVIDIA partners with Snowflake to bring more AI power to corporations. Snow's up 3.8 on that news. Jobless claims are at their highest level since November 2021. Sorry, tends to be a leading indicator for employment. Don't want to see this trend continue. Putin vows retaliation against leaders of the Wagner Group on Monday. Address. Experts say Prigozhin's is a dead man walking. Tesla on autopilot crashed into stopped truck in Pennsylvania. JP Morgan $290 million settlement with Epstein accusers wins preliminary approval. Robinhood's cutting 7% of its full-time employees. Bullish? Maybe. We've got about 10 minutes. On this low from yesterday. Pre-market levels on SPY there. Yeah. Look out for if a reversal to the upside is coming today. REB is up 13% pre-market. Still on that reverse stock split news.
Super chat donation. No one does it better.
Doc. Are those stream shills were tipping to shills? I don't even know what that means. On a shill stream? BDTX up 150%. Alibaba's Freshippo targets Hong Kong IPO, marks its first spin-off listing. Thomson Reuters buys Ace Text to up the AI game. Exotic investment fund buys more. Lucid. Shills were paying to do this. Thank you, Ace, for the dono. I appreciate the example. I get it now. I get it. You throw dollar signs in front of my face, dollar signs, and I start to understand stuff quickly. Let's get nuts indeed. Let's get nuts. Watched Seinfeld last night. It's a great show if you don't have time for a long show. Four minutes, 10 seconds to open. Keep an eye on GNS too. Probably has some upside up to at least this downward trend right here. Then maybe one more newer low to fill that gap. Maybe. Luckdale, thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. 15 pre-market likes. Well done. It was more on time this morning. Time to set stuff up. Time to get the likes flowing. Get you guys trickling on in. E-Trade saying barbecue's up 1.5% pre-market. Let's see. The volume yesterday, I never said the actual volume because Webull doesn't tell it accurately, I don't think. I was just saying it's double, which it was. Double the average we've had lately. But the actual volume yesterday, $31 million. Day before was 11, 10, 8, 11, 13, 13, 23, 16, 12, 15. Yeah, we had 31 million yesterday. That is neat. Thanks, Joshua. Appreciate it, man. Good morning. 1 minute. Hoping for a prosperous one. All right. Exercise good risk management. Be patient. All right, market is open. Buy is up 0.23%. Barbecue's up 2.8. Don't see a gap on there. No gap to fill, but we might see a little retrace from yesterday's breakout level. Wouldn't be surprised. Testing the high, pre-market high. Barbecue 33 cents, 3%. AREB is up 21%. GameStop's up 0.9. Generac up almost 5. Wow. I have to roll those short calls. AREB is suspended. Is it halted or is it actually suspended? Oh, from the reverse split? Is that happening today? Wow, IronNet up 11.8. I liked this chart. It's looking like it's in a nice trend. Barbecue up 7% through 34 cents. Yeah, IronNet looks real nice. I get stopped out of that zip pick. I'm gonna pick up some IronNet. MSGM is up 4.7. Generac's ripping actually up 7. Barbecue 9%, 34.90. Oh, we're just getting right off to it. This might be the level, actually. Definitely resistance. 35.70 is the top of that. That's our OTC high. $34.97. I have to be quick on the stick this morning. 35 cents. There it is. Up 9.4. Internet's up 11. $35.20. If you're looking to trade this, your exit might be this morning. $35.30. Wait, that's it? Isn't it? I'll have a line at the very top. Got moved. Hate that about Weeble. But it's nice I have those lines. $35.50. Right out of the gate, no gaps to fill. Continuing this aggressive trend line. SPY just broke pre-market high. Big volume on barbecue this morning as well. Interact 8%. I got stopped out of PAOI or whatever. POAI. There goes SPY. Barbecue, it hit 35.70. I think that's on the money. Yep, exact same price as before. Just hit that high. SPY's ripping here. So if you're trying to top ticket, that would be it, potentially. You're waiting for momentum, signs of a top or reversal. Gotta wait. SPY ripping here, 38% or 0.38%. Aggressive morning to start. Barbecue, a little doji up there. VWAP's very high though. See if we consolidate up here, or come down a bit first, or just keep going. Crazy. $35.70 again on barbecue. That's 11.6% up. We break it. We break it and hold. Oh, it did. It did break it. It did 36. Oh, what? It just flashed away. There it is. 36 cents. All right. Just broke that high. 40 cents next. 40 even, I'd give it. Yeah. But that's not really, I think I just have that in there because that's even number. Gap's not filled till 44 cents. And this high isn't until 56 cents, but we are at the highest we've been in OTC. Just hit the OTC high. Congratulations, we're not hitting all-time lows again anymore. $36.49, there's 14%, $36.50. $36.90. $0.37. That's 15.7%. Eyes just still ripping. Got 16%, 17% on barbecue already. 40 cents is very close now. See if I actually have. Why did I mark 40 cents? Oh, that's the low there. Okay, yeah, that could be a little resistance. Gonna made that island top in the head on this Head and Shoulders. $37.50, 17.25%. Wow. Wow. Iron Net's up 20%. 22 on Iron Net. 38 cents. Rack up 7.6. Barbecue hit 38 cents, 18.5%. EO's up 5.8. Tupperware is up 7.3. Aterra is up 6. I'm not even gonna put a trend this morning. That's just vertical. Not much of a trend. Just straight up. $0.38 on barbecue. RSI is pretty hot in the 5-minute. Eyes coming back down here a little bit to VWAP. Morning Buzzin', good morning Hugh. No news. Just continue its uptrend. Record move on SPY for sure. AREB? Oh, Trump backed it? What? Thought it was ripping just because of reverse split. Oh, you're saying the old news. He didn't back it. He mentioned it or said he owns one of their safes or something. Unless there's new news that I'm not seeing. That's awesome. Barbecue starting to consolidate a little bit. Hit 38 cents at 37.10. It's up 15 and a half. VWAP's at 35.98. See if 35.70 turns into support. I mean, we haven't really tested any supports yet, so we could have at some point we're going to have a pretty big drop to test a support, I think. 31.90 would be one. 35.70 definitely another one, but that's pretty high. But you could. Barbecue coming down a little bit. Getting a VWAP. Iron had a huge move pre-market. Barbecue moving down to VWAP there. There's 35.70 on barbecue. See if that holds. Okay, I picked up some iron net. We'll see. Not a great entry in the stock's up 18%, but I've liked the momentum and I just haven't entered it. Small position. Barbecue hanging around VWAP. Holding up good support. 35.70 would be a crazy high support level to hold. Coming down a little bit here. $35.90, 12 and a quarter. AREB up 25, 27%, kind of holding out. IronNet holding around VWAP as well. Eyes coming down. ETR up 10%. Neo's up 6. Interact chilled out a bit. Have a breakout level for Generac. See if that support holds. Prior resistance. Maybe not. It's like on OTC, as soon as buyers can buy barbecue, once the market opens, they do. It's like, ah, everybody rushes in to buy it. Thanks, just watching. I appreciate it, man. Lost to borrow spiking too. Where we at on there? Well, yeah, there weren't any shares showing up, so yeah, there you go, 118%. Wow. Yeah, once they disappeared yesterday at what was the last time we saw it? Let's see. It was yesterday at 10:45 in the morning. Said once this comes back, it could be 100%. 118%. So yeah, still on its uptrend. That is neat. So some shares popped up, and the fee has continued to increase. $36.99. That big move pre-market on IRNT. Don't like the engulfing candle yesterday, but the trend price action is still very bullish looking. Barbecue, what in the world? 37.79. It's wanting to go up again. Only bull flagging just for a bit. Yeah, it's using. Just use 35.70 as support. Extremely aggressive trend we have here. Barbecue almost at the high of the day again. New high in the day for barbecue, 38.10. Wow. Almost 20% on barbecue. 38.34. 38.35. 38.75. It's up 21%. We're hitting 40 cents. Put a little gap fills. It doesn't necessarily become resistance or support. Just oftentimes fills it. So in this case, that's not really resistance above that. I mean, there's resistance above that. It's not at 44 cents. So I'm not going to put a line there. But yeah, our gap fills 44 cents. Do see some resistance at 40 though. This trend this morning has been aggressive, man. Like it was good yesterday. Had this nice move since I guess that was last Friday. It continued on Monday. And then the end of Monday it just accelerated. We're still in that. Now Tuesday it's even steeper. We're continuing the trend from close yesterday. NRC holding above that breakout. Bull flagging too. I see head and shoulders here on the 5-minute. A little bear flag. SPY. That plays out. GME's up 0.8%. We do have data coming out in 2 minutes. We have new home sales and consumer confidence. That should cause some movement on the market, I'd imagine. Crazy bullish barbecue this morning. And yesterday morning. But this was just continuation from that rallying to close. Baby, yes. I don't know who they are that's saying that or why. I don't like them. This steady climb on VWAP too on barbecue. Hey, I sold before we delisted. And I still think that was the right play. Oh, there's the data. It likes it. Market does like it. A little bit. Barbecue coming down a little bit. Back to VWAP. 36.30. It's up 13.5. See if it retests the 35.70 level. An RSI divergence there on the 5-minute, you can see. Due for some pulling back, I'd say. Oh, is the court hearing going on right now? You guys have a link? You guys send me a link for that? I don't know where it is. $230. Okay. Eyes coming down. Got chopped in and out of stuff in there. I'm just gonna wait for a bit for a better setup. Be a test of the pre-market low or yesterday's low for long. $230. Barbecue is still respecting that trend. Dish popped up there a bit, 1.3%. Good morning, Keenan. Yep. Borrow fee is over 100%. At 118. So didn't see shares available yesterday. Oftentimes when it comes back and you see shares available, it's going to be higher. Here we are, yeah, 118. Might be closing out of some here. It is over the breakout level, but curious to see if it rejects it. Now we're in a big cup. Made the big cup. That's crazy hard to get filled. Spy's coming down a little bit there. Okay, close out of some of them, some of the ones I'm trading. Give it time. Time to consolidate, time to make a handle maybe. Our side divergence would have been a better exit. We'll see. It still could hold above that 35.70, but it's looking like it wants to kind of reject that as support. Pie coming back down. And let's see, that low of the day. Yeah, low of the day on SPY, filling this gap. Or we could bounce a little bit, 35.90. 12 and a quarter. So your prior OTC high was 35.70. You need some BBBYQ or swaps? Alright, what's GNS doing? Yeah, GNS looked nice. Looked nice up until this trend at least. See what happens up here if it rejects or breaks out of that. Clear trade though on that one. Oh, it hasn't filled the gap yet. Barbecue back up to VWAP 36.80. Consolidating. It's looking pretty nice, really. $36.99. If we get a 40 cent test here, and my sacrifice will be well loved throughout all the land. High coming down for that pre-market low potentially. Internet coming down a little bit. Still up 15%, it's below VWAP. UNS is up 8.3. I wicked there. Barbecue is setting up a bull flag. A little head and shoulders here, kind of on the 5-minute. Still have the RSI divergence, so see if that plays out. But price action looks pretty bullish still. I move back up through VWAP. So choppy this morning. I'm gonna be patient on more entries on this thing. Exciting morning, man. Wow. $10.15. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. Spy's up 0.3%. Barbecue's up 14.2. Appreciate your thumbs up. We've got 29 of you on the board. That is neat. Spy rallying up here. And just chopping still. No, I missed it, Cameron. I was that last night? Or yeah, I haven't seen it for a bit. Spy 550 calls. So even if it's going to 550, wouldn't want 550 calls. Those will be worthless. It doesn't go higher. Come expiration. Yeah, Tony, yesterday we made a bull flag, which so far that's what it looks like it's doing. Had the pump in the morning and then traded in a range and then took back off. So I'll probably be picking it back up if that plays out. We don't sell off and test some supports. I guess I'm curious on holding this level, and it looks like it might be actually holding it, this 35.70. But I took the risk off anyways, since that is OTC high. It is the last major high resistance we made, so I could see it kind of making a handle from here. But if it holds that as support, then yeah, I don't think it's going to come down. Make that handle. yeah, it's kind of the risk, I guess. Try and get a little cheaper, get a bigger position, or make some money on it. We had a handle. Could come. Yeah, it looks like maybe that 30-cent level. Around there. Would be maybe one of the retracements. And this trend has been crazy aggressive. And the fact that we kind of broke that aggressive trend is another reason too. Aggressive trend that we started yesterday. I mean to close. We continued it today until right about here when we broke through VWAP. I'd like to see if it respects this trend, which was what we had last 2 days. Barbecue's come down a little bit. It's up 8.5, 34.70. I don't know. I haven't read any books about stocks really. Let's see. Books that people mention that they like though. One's about options. It's options, the value of investment or something. I don't know. Chat can answer that for you. What books do you guys like on stocks? Happy Tuesday to you too, Daniel. $34.43 on barbecue. It's up 7.6. Set it down a bit. We've got 31.90. Yeah, 31.90 area. Let's see. 32. 32 is a potential support. After that, 29.89 or 30. RNT maybe bouncing a little bit. Holding support. FRCB has been rallying. I'm not kept up with this bank, how it's doing. Interact holding above that breakout level. Coinbase is up 6.3. Wow, things continue to move like crazy. Dish is up 3%. Like to see that. Weeple still says barbecue has earnings. Yeah, this has been making some news. This Bed Bath & Beyond trimming debt to 1.7 billion. Could have been part of the exuberance this morning, and maybe even yesterday, the end of day. Tasty's got the answers. Barbecue coming down here a little bit, 33.50, 4.75. For dummies option trading. Yeah, I can see those. Those could be good. I think maybe like a more a broader spectrum to book, covers like risk management and stuff, not more the technical and the specific details. I wish I learned all that stuff first. I got right into kind of TA and all of that first, but without risk management it's worthless. Barbecue coming down here, almost back to open. Here's the next support. We're looking at 32.11. Got 28 or 29.89. This fails. IP is only down 0.75%. Highs retesting the high. Dude. Don't worry, kitty. It's back to where it opened. No, Tasty, I appreciate all the book recommendations. That's good. Comic book version. Yeah, do-over. We get a do-over. We're getting a do-over this morning for sure. This is the handle. That's kind of what we're looking for. Made the cup. This handle might play out today. Might be tomorrow. Might be next week. Probably not next week. I would imagine if we're going to get a handle, then it'll happen this week. And we could start to even see it today, but I'm going to be patient on looking for the reversal. Okay, 32.19 broke, so now 29.89. Really before, just like picked up like crazy yesterday. Yesterday after the close. Maybe an article did come out. Maybe one of the articles about them trimming debt. Not sure. But here we are. We're getting back there. Barbecue is now red. Down 2.6. So here's this other trend line. I could respect this one. Yeah, we got some profit taking this morning for sure. I mean, the stock's run like, what, 100% in the last couple of days? And certainly in the last week or two. Yeah, 17. Up to almost 40, yeah. This is what you get with volatility to the upside. You're gonna get to the downside too. Want to make higher lows. See if it bounces here. See if we start to build support. Hi, what are you doing? So choppy. You got a little inverse head and shoulders here. You also have a normal head and shoulders. Yeah. It's above VWAP now. Your MACD is bullish. You're green over the 9. Slightly bullish tilted. Say. Barbecue coming down a little more. It's down 5 1/4. Back to 30 cents. This isn't from me market ordering either, guys. There's 30 cents, down 6%. Makey head and shoulders. Blanche if that second trend line follows. Yeah, and we had a little head and shoulders up here this morning in this RSI divergence. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we could build a shoulder here, over here, on this 30 cents for resistance. It's down 10.5 now. Wow, it's a pretty big profit taking. Unless there's some news we're not seeing. This is just massive profit taking. And it's illiquid, so the thing trades like it's hard to get out of and into. Down 11 1/4. Oh wow. So 26.98. That doesn't hold. I'm looking for this trend line that we set back when we found the bottom. Picked up some here. That's a crazy sell-off. Freaking wild, man. Now maybe it will respect it. We'll see. Go SPY. I'm waiting to open my options since I'm only gonna do like one options play or entry a day with multiple exits. We don't want it to be more of a trend type day than a chop day. I got kind of fortunate yesterday because I was able to profit on this inverse cup and handle. I opened on this. Got a good entry. Entries are so important, it's crazy. Like, you have so much flexibility just if you get a good entry. But yeah, I got a good entry here, so I was able to get, I don't know, 60-70% this move here. But this was, all in all, this was pretty much a chop day. I thought it might not have been though, because this inverse cup and handle, you know, sometimes those play out and you get big moves, but it kind of just made a new low and then made another cup and handle, and yeah, it just ended up chopping. Today, looking for a trend. Hopefully we can get some more signs of it reversing to the upside and trying to get some more profits on options. LG to the moon, is it ripping? Yeah, I still don't get this one. Gossip. The retail sentiment on it makes no sense to me. It is up quite a bit though. IronNet's rallying. Back above VWAP, 22%. Could have thrown those profits into IronNet. Well, I'm happy with my position. Small. Small and happy. Going good. It's going good. Big pump and dump this morning on barbecue. But we traded it, so I'm happy. Eyes moving up here. GME's up 1.25. All right then. SLG to 35. Maybe 30. I guess you're about there. Got pretty good resistance there at 30, 30 and a half. See what comes of that first. Awesome price action indeed. So this is, you know, last time we retested this level, barbecue made head and shoulders, same deal. And then it looked like it wanted to come back up, and then I think there was actually news somewhere around here that tells for it to keep going. But now that we're doing it twice, we have made this big cup. So a handle, we do get a reversal at some point here. Open for at least a retest of that 35.70, or break in continuation. Then we could see maybe 56 cents or more. But at this point, we're just forming the handle, so. Or confirming that it's a handle. Could be a double top. Could be a double top with the head and shoulders here coming. Yeah. Yeah, 23 Monday morning. I know it's this week's been pretty gnarly. The world. Stop that. Barbecue 28.35 down 11.3 now. Quite a run. What was it up? 14% this morning? 20%? What did we have? That was crazy. Happened fast. I kind of told you guys this morning, like, if you were looking to trade it, it might be a quick exit this morning. We ran up so quickly. Yeah, I was up 19% this morning. Happened very fast. Thirsty for that cup and handle. IronNet up 21. Whoa, big flush there. Things are liquid too, isn't it? Yeah, pretty widespread. High climbing up. SPY might be making a cup here too. Barbecue slowing down its descent. Handle on the SPY might be to 432.69, or maybe VWAP. Remember that other day when we like dumped and then just ripped out? Yeah, it was this day. Right? Just melted back up the rest of the day. This day also. He still had another entry the next day, but that 1750 bottom. Remember that. Like that could be forming, honestly. Might be picking up some more here pretty soon, honestly. Just scaling a little bit. Wow, I got filled fast. Or no, I didn't get filled. Why is it making sounds for everything again? Sorry. Turn off some of those audio notifications. Annoying. Barbecue climbed back up a little bit, 30 cents there. Only down 5.75% now. Hey, lords. Low gaps? No. If you were listening, lords, you never listen. No low gaps. You're listening now. Yeah, on your time. Not my time. Why is so choppy this morning? Started scaling it a little bit on barbecue back in. Try and be patient with it though. Like 30 cents is kind of resistance. Climbing up here. Barbecue. 30.19. Down 5.6. New high of the day there on SPY. Still in those longs. Big lots up 2.5. Now SPY's making its move. Yeah, big has been on a nice trend. Neo's up 6.3. There news on that? Is it kind of gapped up, I think. And like cut their stake in Neo. That's rip. Oh, from Lordstown bankruptcy maybe. That's dirty. They're up because Lordstown is going bankrupt. Alright. Not sure I like this chart as much though. Like had the breakout of that downtrend, but then below up and now we're back above it. Yeah, maybe it's still good. It has a head and shoulders here. 29.90 on barbecue, down 6.5. There's 30 cents. Barbecue's reclaiming it. Pick up some more. Buy wicking down here. $30.50 on barbecue. You up so high, it's at $34.35. Run is up 1.7. Yeah, it's bouncing off of that too. That's nice. Barbecue 29.51, down 7.7. Dance around that 30 cents. Buys coming down here a little bit. Kind of a choppy day. Thank you, Master Chief. Onset in 40 minutes. Patience, lords. It looks like Big still wants to fill that gap. So nice. Excuse me. I continuing to climb up. Iron at 18.2. Right around VWAP. Upstart's making a move, huh? 7.8 on Upstart. Ravana's also up 7.25. Coinbase 7. Interact 7. Open Door 6.5. GNS 6.25. New high of the day. I don't really use TradingView. I mean, a little bit, but this is Weeble. GME's up 1.3. $0.30 still there on barbecue. I kind of rejecting our line there. That is the low from 622. Pre-market low. If this trend continues though. Dish is up 6.3. Nice bounce off of the lows there. Actually had me a little worried. It was multi-year lows. Double doji. Buy coming down a bit. Peloton flat, AMC flat, Pace Safe flat. Up down 1.25%. 1.12. Group. Eyes coming down there. A little bigger candle now. What? I put a stop on these futures? Yeah. Choppy day, man. Barbecue just chilling around 30 cents. Yeah, John, little sell off this morning. It just hit that resistance, that OTC high. It got above it, but there's some profit taken up there. So the cup is formed, or the double top is formed. Let's see if we get a handle. We get some reversal handle around one of these supports. Probably a good long to retest the high here of 35.70, or continue on past it. TV version 2.4.0. Yeah, I don't really use TradingView. Are there different versions of it? I don't even know. SLG still ripping. Yeah, look at that escalator, 9.5. Pretty big resistance it's hitting here, though. I wouldn't be chasing this thing. Iron net up a bit. 19.5. Still around VWAP, I guess. GNRC back to 140.88. 7.5%. Mara's up 10%. Back to VWAP there. Barbecue 30.30. Down 5.25. $30.60 on it. Bouncing off VWAP. Back up there. $30.70 on barbecue. Well, all right then. SPY bouncing up there. Missed 2 mortgage payments as long as you pay the third. What do you mean you can? Before they what? Report it to the credit bureau? Hold on. Nice kitty. Exactly the same. It won't foreclose. Oh yeah, you have more than you're just joking. You have a lot more than two missed payments before they foreclose. Jeez, SPY is choppy today. Ugh. Barbecue 30.73. It's only down 3.9 now. I'm making a head and shoulders there. Oh, it's failing. Maybe. I don't know, choppy. I don't like it. I don't like it. Everyone dislikes mine. If by end of week you know it, I can guarantee it. Ace, I don't have any rental properties right now. You just have to buy more barbecue instead of paying the mortgage. Genius. Ubo's up 6.5. Dish 6.9. Noise. Stealing the AC, it would be so much work. They're heavy and like hard to move. Barbecue 3085. Down 3.5%. Looking a little bit like this day over here. We didn't really have a bear flag, but as far as a big dip and then just a melt up. High bounce in there too. Alright. Too high there on SPY. Barbecue. 31.20. Way down 2.4 now. Yeah, VWAP at 34 cents. I wasn't planning on buying it this quickly, but it's definitely calling to me. This is a handle. Not a whole lot of. You've got an inverse head and shoulders here on the 5-minute now. You did have a little like wedge here that broke out of. It just seems like it's happening so fast. I think barcodes for so long and then makes a cup and handle or the handle part in like 2 hours. It looks like it's maybe trying to stretch back up to VWAP. Crazy. $31.40 down 1.8. Oh, mini splits. Those are a little easier. Still, like, yeah, I guess those are easier. I've got some mini splits. I like the efficiency of them, but they're kind of annoying in ways. $31.60 down 1.19. Keep owing 6 months and take everything up bolted. $31.90 down a quarter. Barbecue going back to break even here. Maybe double topping. I'm not watching barbecue. You lived in Colombia for 6 years? Look at that barbecue back to green, 32 cents. What a crazy volatile day, man. This daily candle gonna look like. A way to like there, idle drawings. Big double doji. But that might end up being a big green candle too. Spy new high there. Eyes ripping up. Now we're getting our handle built on SPY. It's inverse cup. All right, you got barbecue reaching for VWAP. Up 3% now. Roller coaster has ensued. It was interesting how VWAP stayed so high during that sell-off, giving some indication. Green 5.6%. Wow. If you just if you just slept in and woke up, you're like, oh, nice, barbecue's up 5%. Had no idea what we've been through. There's not circuit breaker halts. There's other halts that can happen, but yeah. I don't know, Sam. It's up to you, man. I can answer that for you. There's the test on VWAP for barbecue. Of the 32 level, oh, the 35.7 still. Buy new high of the day. Form that handle on SPY up here. Or 34.40 is the next distance I see. Somewhere around there. SPY's getting to there fast though. Iron net up 20%. Barbecue back at BWAP. Yeah, this reminds me of this day quite a bit. Had to be quicker on this one though. Started a bear flag, broke out of the bear flag, made this little wedge, and broke that. Really, this was when you had to buy in 30 cents. I got quite a bit there. Not quite the amount I had up here, but I'll look for more on a retest of some level here. We'll see. Crazy. Might get rowdy. Might dump again. Won by Friday. We have good news in the court. Do $1 today. I have no idea we're gonna close today. We have the court, which could be a catalyst. Interact ripping up there too, 8 1/4. Open door almost 10%. Dish 8%. Neo's up 7.6. I get knocked down. $100 today. $100. I have a couple buy orders that I was trying to get filled on the way up after we broke this wedge that didn't fill, so just gonna try and be patient. But yeah, big swing up. What was up 20% this morning, and then down what, 7%, or back up 5%. Still haven't gotten a link for the court hearing. Barbecue wanting to get above VWAP now. Dish up 7.6. Have some patience on Dish. Safe down 1. Peloton up 1.8. Up down half. GME 0.78%. Iraq 8.3. Archer, I'm curious if you ever bought back into Generac. I can check mark coming in hot. Maybe. That would be like a handle and then breakout. Would be kind of crazy if it all happened intraday when this cup was. Yeah, I don't think this is the handle. I don't know. Because our cup was the course of been a month. So for the handle to form and go back up, that's yeah. Not really it's not really a cup and handle then. This is just still at the highs basically. Just some intraday volatility. Crazy intraday volatility. We suck again. You didn't get back into Generac? I mean, you had a nice exit on it. You made money. Yeah, those calls are up good now. I shorted calls yesterday on it, which ended up not being good.
what's really pushing down prices.
Right. And so at this point now, I mean, we know that mortgage rates have been in a little bit of an uptrend. They've been very volatile, Sam. But as mortgage rates come down, sometimes there's more interest. But we saw new home sales jumping in May despite some recently elevated mortgage rates. Sam?
That's right. Yeah, I think it shows you that housing demand is still pretty strong, even with the higher mortgage rates. And the strong job market nationally is also helping people be able to afford houses. And of course, supply has been constrained. A lot of people who have low rate mortgages don't want to get out of them, so they're not putting their houses on the market as much. So I think that's pushing people into buying new houses rather than existing houses. But yeah, there's definitely still a fair amount of demand, and you're starting to see that in the home builders as well.
I mean, there's also
yeah, I'm gonna tune into the court hearing if I can get a link for it.
Look here. I saw supply, the number of homes available for sale, also dropped. So you have fewer homes to pick from. That's an issue, isn't it?
Yes, home buyers don't see much on the market. It doesn't feel like the market is all that favorable to them, even though there is less demand relative to supply compared to last year. But home buyers are now turning towards new construction, which is great for builders. So hopefully that new construction can add to inventory over time. In 5 years' time, those homes that are built now will be existing inventory in the future. So that's good news for the overall supply problem.
Right, right. So U.S. national home prices fell on the 12-month basis. I looked at the Case-Shiller. We went down to about 416,000, right? So it was down about 7.6% year over year. What are you thinking here? It depends.
Barbecue rejecting that VWAP there, a little jump back down. Jeez, dude, this intraday volatility is wild.
What do you see going forward for summer? Because I think we had what Rogers Healy called a sprummer, spring and summer put together. There was no spring selling season.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I think people are becoming more hesitant to pay higher and higher prices, but they still want houses. And so I think you've seen a lot of moderation in the price growth, and that's showing up in the data now. And I think that'll eventually show up in the broader inflation data. But I think people are responding to the mortgage rates, so there's still people want houses, and there's not that much on the market to pick from, so they're having to pay up a little bit. The last couple of months, we've seen a rebound in home prices nationally. But I think that's an indication of demand, but it's coming up against the cost of the mortgages now.
Right, and as we look at the year over year,
the ego on you,
month, because that is truly telling, right? The month over the month is.
Thank you, Ace, for gifted membership, man.
What kind of trends
You got sniped.
6 weeks, 10 weeks, between now and the end of the year?
You can't send it in here. You have to send it on Discord.
Spring will look a lot like summer.
Just put it in media on Discord or DM me on there.
Because not much has changed. Mortgage rates are still high. Home buyers are still struggling.
Thank you, Ace. Appreciate it, man.
Those monthly payments. The rental market is pretty flat, so renting is looking a little bit more attractive than buying a home. But if you're in the market and say you're an FHA borrower,
wait, can you guys see the link?
Because we're seeing more and more of those low down payment offers being accepted because sellers don't have a whole lot of options when it comes to different buyers.
Right, and Sam, as we talk about renting versus buying, shelter is still inflationary. There's no doubt about that. Sam, your thoughts?
Yeah, that's right. The cost of renting or buying has gone up a lot, but I think it's stabilized in the last 6 to 12 months, and we're seeing that both in the home price data, but also in the rental data. And I think that's going to start to filter through into the CPI data soon. The CPI data kind of captures that with a lag, and I think that's going to help bring down that kind of core rate of inflation overall as that slowdown in price growth for both rents and homes shows up in the data. And so I think that's what we're getting into, sort of a less inflationary environment for houses and for everything else.
And in the meantime, I mean, the home builders.
Okay, thanks, Jan. Appreciate it, man.
Really
yeah, we're queued up.
Very well at 52-week highs, or if you look at the funds, the ETFs that comprise those home builders, they're doing very well this year because the demand is still there. And Daryl, as you were saying, there are folks that are competing over a fewer number of homes. Now, what about areas like Las Vegas, Phoenix? You have some big down arrows here for new listings. Daryl?
Well, new listings are down because homeowners have locked in these record low mortgage rates at 3% for a lot of them. So there's not a lot of incentive for them to sell,
New high
especially
there.
into a soft market. Las Vegas has always been a very volatile market. It feels the upturns and the downturns more severely. So that's why they're taking an extra large hit in terms of new listings.
Yeah, just to go over these numbers, Las Vegas down 42%, Phoenix down 42%, Oakland, California 38%, Seattle 37%, San Diego 36%. So the active listings continue to drop. Sam, what do you tell folks if they're buying or if they're selling? What do you tell them?
Well, I think for home buyers, you're going to be stuck with sort of limited supply probably for a little while longer. So it's going to be tough to find a real deal.
Oh, Cameron, is that you?
Longer. I think there's going to be that kind of pent-up demand.
Well, thanks to whoever.
And it's just going to be a question of price. I think the prices remain relatively stable or ease a little bit more, just because people can't afford to pay a whole lot more than they've been paying lately, and we're starting to see that in the data as well. So sellers are still reluctant to get out of their low-rate mortgages and to move, but eventually that'll all start to break loose as well as people get used to these higher mortgage rates.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, it's not so easy to get a mortgage, too. Daryl, final thoughts?
I think it's a difficult question of whether to buy now or to wait. If buying a home is something that you want to accomplish in your life, I think it's always a good idea to get your foot in the door earlier than later. And renting is still a fine option, but if you rent now, you might get trapped in a cycle of always having to rent because you can't save up to buy a home.
Wonderful to see you both. Daryl Fairweather at Redfin, Sam Burns, Mill Street Research. Thank you both. Good luck there at Housing Today. Thank you, friends, for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides. Don't forget, Eli Manning, 2 o'clock today, so don't miss that.
Manning.
2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, big time.
Join me then. In the meantime, Fast Market is next.
Was on call? Christine. Whoops. Yeah, with Bog Lane wants to build a handle here, we could have a good rest of the week rally. Alright. My favorite. I like the price action, but you've got RSI divergence here. Yeah. Maybe. I like more confirmation. But I don't know what to look at, so that's what I look at. Open door 11%. Barbecue rejecting VWAP there.
is still lower. I think Christine Lagarde's comments at the
Oh, that's awesome.
Euro Forum, the ECB Forum last night were pretty strong. They're going to keep raising rates in the euro, and they need to. Their inflation is much worse than
On
ours.
Edge, you
So
can mute tabs
that's
without even
keeping a
opening up the
little bit
window.
of a lid and a lower,
That's pretty sick.
pressure on the US dollar.
Surprised Google, like
Besides that,
Google Chrome,
US
hasn't
market
implemented more of
is
these
lying,
things.
and, that's going to hurt VIX.
I'm still getting lag though.
In that long holiday, they'll really sit on the VIX contract. But you're right, Tom. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 economic data points. 5 of the 6 were really, really strong. Richmond Fed, a slightly better, slightly less negative, but all the rest powerful to the upside.
I think if you look at the CME FedWatch tool, nearly 80% chance of a quarter basis point hike in July. You're seeing those rates firm up here today, not hurting equities at this point. We'll continue to watch that. But one of the stocks that's doing pretty well in today's session is Delta Airlines. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the network, to help us break down this story. I knew they had their Investor Day coming out today, Caroline, and it seems like it's all positive news for the airline.
Well, ahead of that Investor Day, Tom, Delta actually boosted its second quarter and full year guidance, and so that's sending shares higher today, up about 4.5%, hitting a new 52-week high. So not only are people traveling more, but they're actually spending more on those expensive fares. So they're upgrading to first class or business class, also paying for more legroom. So apparently I'm the only cheap one who doesn't upgrade at this point. But obviously also airlines are dealing with much lower jet fuel prices this year.
Second round of paper ants.
Well. But just going through the outlook, Delta
36
raised
by
its
3.
second quarter forecast
Maybe.
for earnings per share of $2.25 to $2.50. Previously, that was
I don't know.
a range of $2 to $2.25 per share. It could be the highest.
There's another level right
ever
here though.
for the April to June period. We'll find out when Delta reports next
Another
month.
resistance we have.
Delta sees Q2 revenue up 17 to 18%. Meanwhile, it forecast full-year adjusted earnings of $6 a share. That's at the high end of its range of $5 to $6 per share, also higher than analysts' consensus of $5.81 per share. Full-year revenue is expected to increase 17 to 20%. And then revenue per available seat mile, so how much it's generating for how much it's flying, is expected to be
32
up
cents.
18% over last year. The prior forecast was 15 to 17%, so also boosting that RevPAR guidance number as well. Also raised its estimate for free cash generation this year to $3 billion from $2 billion. And I think this is really indicative of, the consumer, which there's so many mixed signals about the consumer right now. We hear so many different things from companies, from retailers, travel companies, but Ed Bastian, the CEO of Delta, said our consumer is in very good shape financially. He thinks they have multiple years to go before service spending normalizes. So really a vote of confidence in the consumer, and we're seeing that reflected in Delta's share price today, up about 4.6%. Also seeing United and American up more than 5% today. So strength in the airlines.
Caroline, Ed Bastian is known for being extremely positive when he speaks, and some of his thoughts on the overall market are pretty positive in general. He's normally a cup half full kind of guy, but you can't exaggerate saying our second quarter earnings are going to be the highest in our history. You can't exaggerate that, the real numbers. And these numbers, we keep waiting for the U.S. consumer to slow down some of their spending, and it's showing up in some places, but not in the airlines. They show no propensity to stop their selling. These planes, there is no drop-off, Caroline, in demand for airline flights.
No, I was just flying this past weekend, and every single seat was full. You hope the seat next to you might not get taken, and sure enough, every single seat was full. So, we're definitely seeing the pullback in areas like home improvement. People aren't spending on their homes as much, or some of the discretionary categories at stores, but certainly not in travel. And based on Ed Bastian's comments, it doesn't seem like they're expecting that anytime soon. Obviously, Delta is still trading below its highs before the pandemic. And I heard him in a media interview say that, it's going to take some time for investors who lost a lot of money during the pandemic to have full faith that there's the, kind of the all clear signal. But when you take a look at the analyst breakdown, they're all, in terms of Delta specifically, not the case for United and American Airlines, but every single analyst covering Delta has a buy rating on the shares right now with a $54 median price target. So not quite those $60 highs that it was trading just before the pandemic, but getting closer. And we just saw Jefferies analyst raise his price target from $45 to $50, keeping a buy rating on shares. And that had a lot to do with its tech ops business. That's its maintenance business, saying that offers Delta a competitive advantage. So I think that, it's definitely strength in airlines overall, but specifically for Delta when it comes to the analyst community, because, it's definitely a bit more mixed. I was taking a look. American, the majority of analysts are in the hold camp. And then for United, they're a bit more split, 13 buys, 7 holds, 1 sell. So not necessarily bears, but for Delta, it's all out buy.
Yeah, I kind of wish there was a dent into some of the demand so those prices would come down on flights at this point, because they are pricey. All right, thanks to Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent here, breaking down the news here on Delta Airlines, having a good day there, along with the rest of the big four in that space. But now let's bring in Randy Frederick, Managing Director of Trading and Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Randy, I wanted to get your take here on the move higher. After 500 basis points of hikes by the Fed over the last year and a half here, strong durable goods orders numbers here today, housing numbers on fire. The Fed can't pivot. There's going to be no rate cuts this year. And I think the market's getting okay with that. Is that the right angle here?
Well, and Jay Powell's been saying that all year, that he has no intentions of cutting rates this year. The market's been continuing to say that it didn't believe him, but ultimately he's going to be proven right. And I think the market is, yes, getting to a point where it simply is just going to accept the fact that rates are going to continue to edge higher. Now, I think at the moment, the current plan for them is to have 2 more rate hikes this year. We have about an 80% probability that one of those is going to come at the end of July. So that's probably going to happen. And then, of course, we'll see how the data plays out to when the next one may come in. But again, it's consistent with what he's been saying all along. But when you get a day like today, like Kevin was talking about earlier, you got 5 or 6 economic reports and every single one of them is better than expected. It's hard to imagine that you're not going to get an up move in the market. Certainly that's been the case. And in fact, a lot of people who have been very bearish on this market, who've been calling for a recession for now close to 7 months, have been pointing to the fact that the economic data was not ideal. Well, but the market looks ahead of that stuff. Market is always 6 to 12, 18, even 6 to 18 months ahead of the economy. And that's oftentimes what you see here. It's been looking out further than that. I'm not even convinced we're going to get rate cuts, frankly, in the early part of next year. At this point, I'm not sure that that's going to happen. But as you were talking about earlier, a lot of this has to do with the consumer. We drive 2/3 of the economy. And while we have seen deflation or lower inflation on goods, we have not seen that in services. And as long as people are employed, and I realize that the monthly employment numbers are lagging, but the weekly jobless claim numbers are just now starting to show even the tiniest uptick for the last few weeks, but it's been very, very small. I do think we will probably see a minor deterioration in the jobs numbers for June when we get them at the end of the first week of July because of that uptick we've seen in claims, but it's still going to be relatively small. And if people are still employed, they're going to continue to spend. They're going on vacation. As you were talking about airlines, you're talking about hotels, cruise ships, all those sorts of things. The only time the consumer is going to pull back is if they lose their job or if they are worried that they might lose their job in the near future. And right now, that's still not the case. And as long as that's going on, we're going to continue to spend. We're going to continue to drive the economy forward. And the market's going to continue to follow that. Yeah. Kind of expanding on Randy's thoughts here about the consumer, Kevin. Consumer confidence, the highest level that we've seen, in months, over a year, highest since January of 2022. And those are numbers that the Fed looks at, because those are forward-looking numbers that, hey, the consumer's confident right here. They've got a job. Wages are increasing slightly. New home sales was just a blowout number here. So it seems like the soft landing might be achievable at this point, but there's still a lot of headwinds in the market. And that's, I think, the
maybe the investors and traders are discounting the fact that, hey, there's no chance of a rate cut anytime soon unless something breaks?
Listen, we've been saying this for a while. I think when you look at this core PCE services X housing, it's wages. And it's not all wages. Some of the wages, everyone says it's a wage component. Yeah, it is. But it's still money in the pockets of consumers, that we keep thinking is going to run out, and it keeps, how do I say this right, not running out.
Right.
They have some endless well of spending that they're willing to do. Now, is some of that going to credit cards? Probably.
Right.
Is some of that coming from savings? No doubt. But still, the U.S. consumer is out there spending, and that number, that core PCE service, remember, we're going to get a core PCE number on Friday, Tom, and the consensus is that it's going to be unchanged again at 4.7%. Now we're making good headway on the headline numbers, right? That's supposed to come down from 4.4 to, I think, 3.8 on the year over year, and that's a lot of energy is involved in that. But when you get to the core and these wages and the overall spending, they're not coming down, and that will force Jerome Powell to move rates higher.
Yeah, and if you look at those crude prices down about 2% today, Randy, that's going to have a big impact. But when you look at those consumer confidence numbers, you look at the housing market, the housing sector as a whole at record highs at this point, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be any pullback, that this just gives Fed Powell more ammunition that, hey, we're not done, and maybe 2 hikes are necessary, over the next couple meetings.
Yeah, I think that's certainly possible. And again, back to what Kevin was just talking about, right now, wage growth is just about in line with inflation. So even if people are essentially staying even, but they have a job, they're going to continue to spend. It's only when prices are going up at a much faster rate than the wages are that people start to pull back, or as I said earlier, if they start to worry about losing their job. But again, I've never been of the belief there were going to be any rate cuts this year. Powell has said consistently there wouldn't be, and I don't think there will be. A number of times, and I kept saying, if we could just get rates to just level off, and frankly, we haven't even done that yet, except for just this month, right?
Barbecue 31.65 down to 1% now.
So we're probably going to get a couple more hikes. I agree. Yes, if the labor market stays strong, if we see this economic data continue to improve, then yes, it gives him more room to raise. My concern, though, because I do have some concerns here, is that we've got some stresses out there in the commercial real estate market, and that is translating into more stresses in the regional bank sector, which we already saw problems from earlier this year. I'm concerned that particular issue may come back up and rear its ugly head again. And I don't think that means we're going to get rate cuts, but I think that could cause some rockiness. And frankly, even from a technical standpoint, the S&P 500 is a bit overbought right here. I've been looking at a couple of things: the correlation between the S&P 500 and like the 2-year Treasury, the correlation between the S&P 500 and the VIX. Both of those are at multi-month highs. And historically, if you go back and look at the last 4 or 5 times when those correlations were at the levels they're at now, we had a market pullback. And with the 2-year Treasury especially, that average amount of that pullback's been around 12%. That's a substantial pullback. In fact, that's a correction. And with the VIX, it's been around 7 or 8%. So we are a bit overdue for a pullback right now. That doesn't mean long-term there's reason not to be bullish, but we need a little bit of an adjustment, I think. And I think we're frankly pretty close to that right now. And then every time we get a big up day because of optimistic investors on data like this, I think we're getting a little bit closer to that.
Here's a great topic, Tom. Yeah. What could do that? Right? What could change some of the tone in investors right now when you're getting economic data like this?
Job losses.
Yeah, but it could be an event like Randy is talking about. It could be rates that go significantly higher, like 3.9, or 4%. If the 10-year yield were to hit 4%, that would shake the confidence of some investors. There could be a rotation that we thought we saw yesterday before it dissipated and went away. But that's an interesting conversation. What is it that could be the next thing? If we're looking 30, 60, 90 days, what's the storm that could be coming before the clouds come?
Yeah, a ramp up in escalation in Russia, Ukraine, that could be one thing.
But we
OPEC.
thought we had that this weekend. And
Yeah.
that I'm going to tell you a story. I walked on the golf course Saturday morning and said, hey, this thing in Russia is serious. We got to keep an eye on this. Walked off the golf course and it was over by the time I got done.
Hey, I mean, the market gets what it wants,
Yeah.
and I think that de-escalation that we saw quickly due to that, basically, I don't think it. I'm not going to say it was anything major, but it could have.
Well, it appeared major.
It could have exploded
Yeah.
into more. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Apple. Tech giant was basically hitting all-time highs just yesterday. We've seen such a slight pullback, but this stock continues to move higher. It's not on the back
Peloton
of AI
waking up
either,
here up
even though
2.5.
We've seen some deceleration. So we're going to talk about that when we come back here on Fast Market.
Tesla charging technology put on fast track to become U.S. industry standard. ECB policymakers see little change of pause in rate hikes in July or September as inflation stubborns. On June 22nd, Lordstown Motor founder and former CEO Stephen Burns sold his entire stake for $3.85 million. Today, they filed for bankruptcy. California's DFPI orders CryptoFox to halt operations, citing violations of California security law. Never heard of DFPI. They're a California regulator. More than 210,000 global tech employees have lost their jobs since the start of 2023.
The reason that we're seeing the gains here.
You know, I think what people see in Apple, they're improving a lot of products, but they're not coming out with anything new. Right. And there's nothing that's sexy, but they continue to grind. And you know, I love one of my favorite tools on the Thinkorswim platform is the company profile. And Tom, if you look, remember when services were just a blip on the Apple balance sheet? Now it's 28%. Remember how dominant the iPhone used to be? It's less than half now.
It was 60% just a few years ago.
It's 43% now. This data is as accurate as we can make it and timely, but the growth of services and shrinking iPhone, they become less and less dependent on the iPhone. The ecosystem there is just incredible, Tom. They get you so many ways, and once you get in, and now they're tired. They finally took over Samsung in terms of the #1 phone in the world. So there's nothing sexy about it. They just continue to put out and improve the products that they have.
Yep, they're not the innovator in the space, Randy. We all know Samsung's always got phones ahead of them, by a year or two. But they just do it right. They have the ecosystem that's built in at this point. And now on the back of that, they're opening up plants in India. They're opening up a store in India. I mean, that's 1.3 billion people that really don't have a lot of access to this. Is that one of the reasons you're seeing the gains here?
Well, I think all of those points are important. Services is very sticky revenue, and most tech companies, when they get to that point, that's when they start to have nice, steady revenue, because you can't have a home run product all the time. Now, we've all seen the fancy ski goggles that are going to come out next year that are ridiculously expensive. But then I think back to when the first Apple Watch came out, everybody kind of yawned and nobody cared. Now everybody wears one. So I don't, but my wife has one. I kind of prefer an old analog watch personally, but those kinds of things take a while. But you're right, Apple is not generally one of those innovators that comes up with something right first before anyone else. What they tend to do is let somebody else play around with all those first adopter things, and then they figure out a way to make it better. And that's generally what they typically do. That's been their plan for every product they've had across the board. I don't know what product they'll improve upon next, but they may very well do that. But slow, steady income is kind of similar to what the stock has been doing. It doesn't have these knock it out of the ballpark 15% gains in a day, but it has been slowly, steadily climbing all throughout the year. Even with some of the soft stuff that they mentioned, like you guys talked about a moment ago in May, the stock barely made a blip, and it just continues to trudge slowly, steadily higher. Kind of looks like the kind of stock that you might look at as, hey, maybe that's a buy right candidate. Buy right, we generally talk about. This is a stock that we're neutral to moderately bullish, and this one has that sort of typical pattern. I'm not recommending that, but I'm just saying that's the kind of stock that people will often look at for that. I thought I would choose something different, so I'm not going to talk about a buy right today.
Okay, you do have a strategy for us here in Apple.
Facing all of us.
About 68 on the RSI, getting
all in down
18%
18% today.
On a technical basis, it continues to move higher above its 50.
Yeah, you had a little exit opportunity yesterday when it was pumping. I think that was actually on some news.
So again, we're here for education purposes. We're trying to teach people something new, and most people are familiar with buy rights. They're some of the more common strategies there are. So I sort of dug into my archives and thought, what's another strategy that you might want to consider, again, assuming you had a moderate
42 to my IWM.
Continued moderately bullish
142
on this particular stock. I'm not saying that that's my look, but let's say
Generac. I know Generac's ripping, man. I wish I didn't have those short calls. Fine, new high of the day there. I was just looking at that too. I'm like,
a ladder is a three-legged trade, and
I was looking at rolling it. I can roll it up one strike for next week, which I should do now. I don't know.
Like you would if you just simply bought a long call.
Probably better to do it sooner rather than later.
We don't talk about them very often. Is they're pretty expensive. They can evaporate and you lose everything. This is a way of sort of making that strategy a lot less expensive. So let's go through it. This is just the whole point here is to teach you sort of the mechanics of some of these more complex trades. So in this example, we took a look at Apple. Let's again imagine that our perspective was this slow, steady,
Here goes SPY.
but predictable, reliable, slow, steady uptrend is likely to continue. Let's take a look at, we would say, well, let's maybe buy a 190 call. It's about $3 or so out of the money and has maybe a month until expiration. So I looked at the July 21st expiration, but that's kind of an expensive trade and I could lose everything. But then we could potentially pay for a good chunk of the cost of that call by selling an out-of-the-money credit call spread. So in this example, we're going to sell the 185 call that expires on July 21st. We're going to buy the 187.50 call. So that's a 2.5-point credit spread, which would normally be a downside strategy, a bearish strategy. but we're going to bring in a credit on that. That credit comes fairly close to wiping out
Barbecue is green. That's true,
upside
Sergeant.
190 call. And
Sergeant,
when
it
I
is
was looking
green.
at it about a half an hour ago, could be done at about a 75-cent debit. So let's talk about this. We got 26 deltas.
No, yeah, the volume slows down
for every dollar we
middle
give
of the
up in
day.
stock, or at least for the
How it is.
initial
People go to
dollar we give
lunch.
up in the stock, we're gonna
And
get
all
about
started with that.
4% gain in our
Traders on the
overall
floor.
strategy. In theory, the upside is unlimited. So if
Day
that
traders
market
are
goes
out of it.
higher, obviously we've only got about a month for that to
The
happen.
guys go to
Great.
lunch,
However,
picks
the
back up
market goes up.
towards the day.
Our break even on this one's about 193 and a quarter. Now that's a little strange, but here's why. You got a 75-cent debit to get into it.
Higher low?
But
Yes,
you've
it did
also
make a
got
higher low.
the potential,
The low on the day is
cover the fact that
27.52.
you're going to get assigned if it goes up on your
So
credit spread. And
you're
take
just
a 2.5
tuning in.
point loss on that.
The morning has been
What you
crazy.
have to do is cover the cost of your trade
I've
and
sold
the
and I've
2.5
bought.
point loss on the lower strike
And that was all in the
which is
first
credit
hour and a
spread.
half.
It's going to take about $2.5. Your lower break even if
We're
you're
up
completely wrong and
20%, I think.
goes completely
And
the
then
other
we were
way,
down
the stock
7%.
goes off a cliff. To the downside, your risk
And
is
now we're
only about
back to
75
break even.
cents, and that's down if it goes way below the lowest strike of 185.
32.07.
What makes this trade weird is that in between the middle and upper strike, the 187.50 and a 190, that's where your worst, one of your, where you can have a pretty sizable loss, and you could lose about 3 1/4 if it falls in that range. In other words, if it stays about where it's at, then you could hit your max loss point of about 3 1/4. But if you get a big downside move, you take a really small loss. If you get a big upside move, you can make a potential profit on this. So again, the dynamics of these, and this is where something like the Thinkorswim platform come in very handy by showing you these P&L graphs, not only when you're getting into it, but also at expiration.
Yeah, let's break this example trade down. Something different, Kev, that we
no, it's at 2:30, right? So 2 hours.
July 21st, monthly cycle, so 24 days till expiration. Selling one
See.
of the 185 call, buying one of the 187.5 call, buying one of the 190 call. We've got a 60-cent debit up there. It's
Yeah, it's at
probably
2:30, so
closer to
2 hours.
75 cents. So your risk below 185 is going to be that $75 in risk, but between 187.5 and 190, your risk is going to be $325 to the downside. But above that break even, Kev, about just above 193, it's all profitability on this. You've got 3.5 weeks in this trade. Your thoughts here on this customized three-legged spread?
Internet's still 20%.
In my world, this just feels to me like it's a back ratio, but it's one
I
where
want
you
more
don't
iron
use-
net.
It's not 1 by 2. It's 1 by 1 by 1.
Yeah.
So you're straddling like Randy said, you're layering the strikes, and that to make it a little bit less. But make no mistake, you're short 1 call, and you're long 2 calls. And if you can keep the debit as
Is Neo
close
rallying
to
because Ride went
even or
bankrupt?
as little as
Oh, we
possible,
read it earlier.
that's a less of a net debit. And like as you can see there on the chart, the upside is infinite.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a bullish play, but it's one that you don't get seriously hurt on a downside move.
Yeah.
It's very similar to a back ratio.
Right. Yeah. It's still risk defined. I think that's one of the key things when you look at this. But definitely a bullish sentiment trade here as an example that we're looking at.
$5 to
thanks
$10.
Randy Frederick,
That would be
Managing
neat.
Director of Trading and Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research, for joining us. But coming up after the
Funds
break,
up
Kevin and I are
2%.
gonna be Andy Swan from
Reps up
Lightfolio for discussion on
1.75.
General Mills. This
Is
stock's
up
pulled
almost
back,
1.
pretty significantly over the last month and a half, but they got earnings coming up tomorrow morning. Fast Market's coming right back.
Peloton almost 2%. Kathy Wood, didn't she just sell a bunch of Tesla? You're saying she said to buy it by her selling it? Yeah, I think she sold out a lot of Tesla like a couple days ago. Court date soon? Yeah, I know I need to close my position on that thing. Pace might be getting nice for cash secured puts soon. And open on a red day. Yeah, my beyond call. Would I close it? Thumb breaking out? I want to see you break at that 132. 31 and a half. $29. 32.41 on barbecue. Positive 1.3%. We're all throwing up from that roller coaster ride. Mara moving up 10 quarter. We're down 4.5. More news on this? Up 7 point. Rivian 12 billion. Reddit falls after rival Walgreens forecast downbeat annual profit. Might be a nice little buy. Dip buy.
In pricing, because if you look at their volumes are actually slightly lower.
Brad is at
but they raised
multi-decade
14%,
lows.
which gave
Wow.
them a 13% net sales increase. So their ability to raise prices without hurting
This is
sales
split.
is really what helps companies like this that have, consumer
Oh.
staples have inelasticity. You're going to buy
They had
your
IPO prices
granola bars
almost?
and you're going to buy your Cheerios and their different cereal products no matter what the price is, Andy.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right.
Buy
I
the day
think,
on SPY.
for a company like this, they call them
It's gonna
recession
split or
proof
something.
for pretty good reason. It's not like they
It
have to
looks like
introduce some brand new
Friday's
product or
reverse
some
split.
brand new
Oh.
feature in order to keep up with the Joneses, like a lot of other companies and a lot of other industries do. This is a company that pays a little bit of a dividend. They have a very robust portfolio of brands. And, just because at Likefolio we're seeing, consumer enthusiasm around those brands down doesn't mean necessarily that they aren't making more money, because like you said, they can raise prices right alongside of everything else, and sometimes that can expand margins. And I really think that's going to be the story of this earnings call is, are they able to continue
Walgreens,
raising prices beyond
multi-year lows,
or at pace with
decade
their input
lows.
costs?
Yeah, as their input costs are going down, it's going to, as you mentioned, widen out those margins. And this is one of those sticky parts of inflation.
Back to
They're not
2012
gonna pull
prices.
prices down exponentially
13.
at any point. But when you look at happiness levels, maybe versus some of their competitors, Andy, I know they've got a wide array here.
They dip behind
What
Walgreens?
kind of happiness numbers do you see out of their brands? And then do you have an earnings score?
Yeah, pretty high. You know, General Mills makes products that people like, and they invest in those. That wide portfolio becomes
Ivy is so
pretty
low.
narrow when it comes to what the company really puts its resources and ad dollars behind.
I
I
rip
think
in there.
they have a really good, effective management team at finding out what's working and doubling down on that. So really well-run company. In terms of an earnings score, the recent pullback makes us just a little bit bullish. But I don't think we're in for any huge surprise. I think it's going to come down to that outlook, especially on the inflation and input cost side.
All right, great data as always. And Andy, you mentioned Smart Food. You picked some of that stuff up.
Smart Food?
They got that new flavor, Cool Ranch Dorito, which we had it in the office. It is amazing.
Oh, okay. I'll have to try that. I always go with the standard every time, but with a Tom White recommendation, I'm all in.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep, that's Andy Swan, co-founder at Likefolio.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Now, Kev, how do you want to look at this one? I mentioned the pullback. It was trading nearly $91 just about a month and a half ago. So maybe it gives you some
borrowable shares
something to
disappear
say, but
again.
It did fall below the 200-day moving average, kind of hanging out right there.
Bonus trade today, Tom.
Okay.
Well, we have long-term, short-term on this name.
118%.
No matter how you want to play it, we have something for you now.
Like this, they're still. Oh no, they stopped updating at 11:45.
I believe it is.
We'll see where it if it's higher, it comes back or lower. That was some crazy stuff that happened today.
If the math is accurate, it should be
Buys up
early
almost
in
1%,
July.
0.83.
Wow.
Wow.
If it gets paid, it'll be ex-dividend in early July. Now, the first thing I looked at was just a simple covered call, right, Tom? You buy the stock, sell the 82.5 call. They don't have weeklies, Tom. They only have monthly, so you got to go to the July monthly. But you can sell that 82.5 call, Tom, for about $1.50 is what I was looking at it. So the net debit on this covered call strategy would be $80 and right around $80. I think it's trading $80.05 now, Tom. So there's the long
Afternoon, Jay from the Bay.
You can, like I said, keep extending duration on that short call. Or if you were to get it called away, Tom, the exit price would be about $84. So because the 82.5, about $1.50, you'd get
Yeah, and I borrow you should go
if you want to play something,
put update in 11:45, so it's been almost an hour. So updates every 15 minutes.
On the earnings play, Tom, you can play the 80.
Borrow fee might even be higher when it comes back.
Vertical, and that, Tom, if you look at on the chart, that 80 level is where this thing halts on the downside lately. There's a lot of support right around $80. Yeah. So if you want to sell the 80.75 put vertical, you can do that. It's currently trading about $1.15, Tom. Right. So short term, or long. I feel
like we've had a whole day of trading already. Only 12:40.
Like I said,
this was intense.
Let's take a look at this one that we've got up here right now, the short put vertical. Yeah. In the July monthly cycle, so 3.5 weeks till expiration on this one. So not a pure earnings play. Selling the 80 strike put, buying the 75 strike put, $5 wide, neutral to bullish, put vertical. We've got $1 credit up there. I think it's $1.15
it's expanded
credit.
A little bit now,
yeah. So that's going to take your break even down to $78.85 to the downside. You've got about $385 in risk per spread if it goes below 75. But a good look at a strategy that is not overly bullish, but gives you a little bit of cushion to the downside on that, with implied volatility elevated going into that report.
A little more aggressive on the short put sale because of how the chart looks.
Right. And then let's look at the covered call here, Kevin. A little bit more capital intensive, a little bit more risk on this one. But buying for every 100 shares of stock that you buy, you sell one of the July 21st monthlies, yes. 82.5 strike call, paying roughly about an $80 debit. There's the short put vertical that we've got up there right now that you collect a little bit more than $1 credit on that one. The other one that we're going to go to here is a covered call. For every 100 shares of stock that you buy, you sell one of the out-of-the-money calls. And in this case, this example, selling the 82.5 strike call. You're paying roughly about an $80 debit. So you're buying the shares at a discount because you sold the out of the money call on that one, Kev.
Yeah.
And your break even.
You could do the 85 call, give you a little more upside room and a little less of a credit that you take in. But if you sell the out of the money call, it's a pretty chunky. But like I said, it's a monthly. There's no weeklies.
Right, and we've got up there on the screen $80.20. It's a couple pennies less than that right now. But your risk on this is going to be just over about $8,000 on this. Because if the stock were to somehow go to zero,
yes,
have to take that into consideration. You do have some assignment risk on the short options on both of those strategies going into earnings over the next 3.5 weeks. But a good look at two different strategies in General Mills. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to talk about another stock that's hitting all-time highs or is just below all-time highs. That's Eli Lilly on some positive phase 2 data on their weight loss drug. It's supposed to be for diabetes, but it's working out for weight loss. That's coming up next here on Fast Market.
Hi, ripping there. New high of the day. 0.86%. That was a pretty big resistance there. Now we're filling this gap. Got a gap fill up to 436. Set up a nice handle. What we were talking about yesterday. The inverse head and shoulders. Starting this inverse handle. A longer time frame. Oh, my Tesla play. Yay, Tesla. Totally forgot about that guy. This was my bullish play on the SPY. That Tesla spread. Hasn't really woken up a whole lot yet though. Got a couple more days. Got a nice inverted head and shoulders there. Should make some sort of a handle. RC 9%. Reaching for the sky.
Considerable market share from Ozempic and some of the other drug treatments that are out there, and that could be a huge tailwind for this company and could be one of their top-selling drugs.
Kevin, welcome to the metabolic revolution. Now, Kevin Green doesn't need any metabolic revolution, but other people do. You know what I think is interesting about this? Number one, it always amazes me how you start out working on one disease and you end up fixing a different one, right? And the other really interesting thing about this is that this takes injections off the table and it's just a pill-based, right, Kev?
Well, this does appear, so there's several different treatments here when it comes to a lot of these weight loss drugs here. It does appear, actually, I believe that this one is a shot
West up
format,
6%.
from what I'm seeing, but I might be off base on that premise. I know that there's several different trials to be able to have pill form. But Kev, one thing to also note, the reason why this could be a tailwind for this stock is because these patients, they have this weight loss, but they actually have to continue to take this drug for pretty much the remainder of their life. If they stop taking it, then they're going to gain the weight back. This doesn't actually fix the problem of obesity. It just allows them, patients to be able to try to correct it temporarily. But once again, that's going to be a ongoing recurring revenue stream as patients get on this drug. And if they want to continue to maintain that weight loss, and they're going to have to continue to take it. And so that's where we are seeing this tailwind for the stock. It's not so much a one and done type of event like we may see when
It is a
weight loss
looking
surgery
bull
and things of that
type
nature.
flag on barbecue.
Once again, this is going to be a decent, could be potentially a decent recurring revenue stream for Eli Lilly, and it's something that the overall market in itself is really starting to see a lot of focus when it comes to weight loss treatments. And I think the biggest hurdle is going to be approval from the government to be able to cover these treatments under Medicare Medicare or even Medicaid. It's going to be mainly Medicare. I think is going to be the main focus because you're now reclassifying weight loss as a chronic disease. That's really one of the biggest hurdles that you need to have in order to have the government pay for these treatments. And these treatments can be up to $26,000 a year if you're taking the regular dose. And so that's going to be a question for obviously Congress and the federal government to see how far they're willing to go when it comes to obesity treatments here.
Yeah, this is going to be explosive. This isn't over, and there's going to be competitors out there all over the place. There are already in
It's getting a
development.
little squeezy up
This is
here.
going to be big news for a
Can you
while.
imagine the FDA trial? What were you trying to cure when you cured weight loss?
Diabetes.
Yeah.
All right, Kev, appreciate it. That's Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here, breaking down the story on Eli Lilly. Kev, so I looked at this from the perspective that the stock's already hit all-time highs.
Yeah.
It actually went flat today, even after this positive data, because it was expected, right? And this is only phase 2 data. They're not coming out with the treatment anytime soon. They still have to go through the regulatory process. So I looked at it that way from an example trade perspective. And we've got, I created a put butterfly here where I'm going to actually take a credit on it. So let's break this one down for you. It's out in the July monthly cycle, so 24 days till expiration, where you're going to buy one of the July 440 strike put, and then sell 2 of the 435 strike puts, and then to wrap it all up, make it risk defined, buy one of the 420 strike puts. So you're buying a $5 wide put vertical, selling a $15 wide put vertical. You're collecting a credit roughly about 64, 65 cents on this one, Kev. That means above 440, that's going to be your profit, the credit that you take in. With that kicker, if the stock does maybe consolidate, pull back a little bit, at or near the short 435 strike, but you break even about 429.35 on this one if you collect 65-cent credit on it. Give me your take here on the unbalanced put butterfly, where it's still profitable. You don't make a lot when it goes up, but maybe some consolidation warranted. If you think it's going to maybe pull back a little, this strategy may work.
Another version of the put butterfly, but you're collecting a credit. So anything on the upside, even though it's a put butterfly, anything on the upside, you're profitable because you collected a credit between 65 and 70 cents. The risk on this is the difference between the 440, 435 put vertical and then the 435, 420 put vertical is where the risk comes in. You make money if it peaks out around 435, which is significantly on the downside here, but any risk, anything further than that, there's risk on the downside, totaling about $935.
Yeah, $935 is your risk below that 420 strike per spread, so you have to keep that in mind. But while not an utterly bullish trade, Kevin, this can still be profitable if the stock continues to move higher, but you got to keep that in mind. If it does pull back a little bit over the next 24 days, this strategy may work. That break even, 429.35 on that example trade. All right, Kev, that's going to do it for you and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Arba coding. Volume is quiet. Still no shares on iBorrow. Nice. Going down a bit. After this crazy run. Open door. It's 14%. You know, almost 10% now. On it in a quarter. Seen barbecue hold so strong. We get all these randos in here pumping barbecue. Careful. Might be a top. Frozen new squeeze. Seven and a half. No, I didn't like that chart. Weird. You swoosh, kind of. Closed out of another one of the Theta Farm. Made some profits. Pretty close. $32.40 up 1.3. Tiger Cub Company? What? Jenai. Like an angel.
Stocks up. This has sort of been the playbook. So we'll see where it goes. But we're up a lot now. So I'd be surprised to see this completely turn around today.
I would as well, because I mean the Nasdaq's up, and even the Russell's up 1.5%. The Nasdaq up 1 3/10%. These are pretty sizable gains on the session. But as always, on the show, we will move away from the macro, focusing on the individual movers throughout today's market. We'll be kicking things off here with our upvote and downvote segment. Following that, we will chart and trade those upvotes. Our phone discussion today is all things Amazon and giving several updates to its business pipeline. We'll discuss that more coming up later on. And then we'll look at Kellogg after it to get an upgrade at Goldman Sachs. Last but not least, our under 30 name today is Carnival. After being one of the worst performers in the market yesterday, today it's clawing back those losses, seeing actually a pretty nice session.
Yeah, no doubt. Looking forward to that conversation in Carnival. We'll build on the conversation from yesterday post earnings. We talked a little bit about Kellogg this morning. Looking forward to explore that more in depth as well towards the end of the show. And then Amazon. I mean, we talked a little bit about this one. We'll build on that as it's a FOMO subject. So tons to get through. Let's do upvote, downvote, not endorsements, not recommendations. Jenny, we'll just kind of go through these ones again. We'll narrow them down at the end, but really no wrong choices here. I mean, these are four pretty heavy hitters when it comes to markets. First one is arguably the most watched stock that there is, and that is Tesla.
That is Tesla, and it wouldn't be a week if we didn't start off things with on our show with Tesla, because I think we talk about this name at some point pretty much every single day. But we are seeing multiple analysts today come in, update their coverage. Bernstein actually did note that recently Tesla's North American charging standard has been adopted by competitors like Ford, GM, Rivian, as well as third-party networks, and now appears to be on track to become a de facto standard in the United States. The firm does see the near-term financial impact of the charging standard adoption in the U.S. as neutral to slightly negative, and growth in supercharging is likely to be driven primarily by the growth in Tesla's own installed base. They said longer term, under very generous assumptions, they are estimating that supercharging could be a $12 billion revenue opportunity for Tesla, but by 2030, and albeit they said on low margins, they do still have an underperform rating on Tesla shares, a price target of $150. So all things considered, they're still pretty negative in the short term. They do also highlight the fact, or Baird actually highlights the fact, they actually continue to view Tesla as a core holding and likes it as a best pick for the year. Now, they also think that the results we'll see in terms of its second quarter could be a de-risking event, and they see it as a low point for their gross margin. So two different trains of thoughts, two different ways to look at Tesla. And we always say this is one of the most polarizing names. I think that its analyst coverage speaks to that. 43 ratings, 18 buys, 19 holds, 2 underperforms, and 4 sells. So this name is pretty much across the board as far as analysts goes. There's a lot of different opinions, with the highest price target being $335, the lowest being a measly $24, which is, to me, someone is just being stubborn at that point.
Stock got crushed yesterday, Jenny, in some of the weakness. Tesla is really one of the ones that led the charge lower. Making back about half of that today, but I was about to say it. I mean, you stole the words from me. I mean, this is more like the analyst action I'm used to seeing in Tesla. Best pick of the year and underperform. Like, can they get more polarized than that? I'm not sure. But next one on the list here is GM. So not far away from Tesla, especially with some of this conversation around the new charger cords basically following the Tesla model.
Yeah, right. And I would say not far away from Tesla in terms of the auto conversation, but far away from a performance perspective, as GM shares are only up about 11% on the year, although having a really nice month, up about 15% now month to date. They did announce this morning that their GM Defense subsidiary was chosen by the U.S. Department of Defense's Defense Innovation Unit to prototype an energy storage unit. The prototype technology will provide power for command and control, as well as communications, radar, and weapon systems, and other mission-critical equipment in areas where there are currently no stable power grids per the company. Now, financial terms of the deal were not yet disclosed. This name, though, shockingly enough, is a little bit more, I'd say, neutral to bullish as far as analysts go. 16 buys, 10 holds, 1 underperform, no sell. And the average price target is around $47 a share, which would imply almost 30% upside from where we're currently trading. So the street, while is mixed on this name, definitely leads to more the neutral to bullish way of thinking.
Seems like a positive news headline as well. The stock itself, and from a chart standpoint, looks like it's almost like a sine wave, just like perfectly range bound, just this equal up and down moves, then in the end just kind of going nowhere. So we'll talk a little bit more about that one in a sec, but let's still look at Meta here. Citi looks like weighing in on this one. You know, all these analysts, where were you? I'm going to say it again. Where were you when Meta was at $90? Because now all of a sudden it's like there's nothing this stock can do wrong.
I know. Where were you before Tesla had mentioned, or not Tesla, excuse me, Meta had mentioned their year of efficiency, right? Because, I mean, like, we've seen this lift in shares, and it feels like they're a little bit late to the game here. Citi did raise its price target, though, to $360 a share from $315, while keeping a buy rating on their shares. Now, they did say that when tracking Reels ads loading, they reached about 17% quarter to date.
Price coming down a little bit.
The broader online advertising market is stable to improving. And they also did say that they're now raising their 2024 advertising projections in terms of Meta. and they also still keep a top pick rating on Meta. So all things considered, still overwhelmingly optimistic. They do believe that Reels now is driving greater advertising adoption given its lo-fi approach to ads, its newer ad products, and its continued engagement growth. They also said their monetization is improving. But to your point, Alex, where have you been? This has been the story really throughout the last several quarters of Meta, which is also getting a nice lift today, up almost 3%, up about 8% for the month, and of course up almost 140% for the year, up 225% off its 52-week low.
You know, there's so many top picks, there's so many analysts, it's hard to keep track, but what I will say is it seems like all the best winners of the year so far, the Nvidias, the Metas, the Teslas, they're hogging all these best picks, but it's like, where were you in January? How do I capitalize on something that's already maybe happened? So we'll see. Last one on the list here is Microsoft. This is really interesting, this news headline, because we talk about how markets are forward-looking. I'm not sure they're this forward-looking.
Right, I'm not sure. I mean, that's a really good point because Microsoft does now aim to more than double its revenue by fiscal 2030, specifically targeting about $500 billion from the CEO laying out in this memo that came to light on Monday, saying that, you know, they see this $70 billion deal with, of course, Activision Blizzard. They actually highlighted the fact that they were planned to return more money to shareholders. This is a pretty rare glimpse into Microsoft's long-term financials, which the company has historically not provided in this sense. That CEO did say they believe that this ambition and approach will help them deliver in excess of 10% annual returns to their shareholders over this time frame, calling until 2030. Microsoft had previously considered also acquiring Bungie, which has since been acquired by Sony and Sega Games, according to Verge. But in an email, actually, Xbox's chief Phil Spencer did write to Microsoft's CEO and CFO asking for this strategy approval over a potential deal for its video game studios. So lots of development, lots in the pipeline for Microsoft. I think really interesting stories. Interesting the fact that they're laying out such substantial goals over the next 7 years, Alex. But this name up now about 40% on the year. It's up about 1% for the month. It's down about 5.5% from its 52-week high, but having a really nice day as well, up just over 1%. I feel like this name, along with Alphabet, have seen some sort of favorability fall out a little bit. Like it was like we were really excited about Microsoft and Alphabet at the beginning of this year. Now I feel like Tesla, Meta have taken center stage and they've taken more of a back seat. Still outperforming, but it just feels like the AI hype was so much driven in the beginning of this year, and now we're sort of like, Microsoft who?
It's all relative, of course, right? Because you could look at this chart, look at it on a 5-year basis. This is actually one of the names that made a new all-time high. I think that's what makes the Nvidia move so impressive, is it was one of the names that got crushed, came all the way back and set a new all-time high. Microsoft went down last year, but not to the same extent as Meta or Netflix or Nvidia, but it was actually able to chart a new all-time high. I know it's already fallen, a good, let's call it 6-7% off that high in just the last, let's call it 12 days or so. But all things considered, one of the biggest companies in the world, one of the strongest performers, and man, is it resilient, because this stock just continues to be in the right place at the right time and just kind of slowly but steadily chart new highs. Apple, much alike this one as well. But Jenny, let's try to narrow these down. We got Tesla, we got GM, we got Meta, we got Microsoft. Like I said, there's no wrong choice with any of these.
No, there really isn't. And all of these names have seen a nice day today, all things considered. I really wanted to stick with a theme. I like a theme as of late because I feel like right now we're in between earnings seasons. We need to stick with companies that can tie together, basically.
I'm with you. I mean, we talked about it. It's sort of like the power rankings that you see on summertime sports talk shows. It's similar to the debates on who's better in the off season. You need themes when it comes to markets when volatility is below 15. So with that, we'll do Tesla, we'll do GM, we'll do a little bit of an EV and autos theme, superchargers, the whole 9 yards, Jenny, on these ones. But I'm looking forward to the Tesla conversation primarily.
I know, and I never grow tired of talking all things Tesla. So we'll be uploading, of course, Tesla, GM. We'll be looking at the technicals as well as some example trades in both of those names. Stick around. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Oh, she's her mascot. It wasn't just endorsed by Donald Trump. Stop that. That was like 2 weeks ago. Didn't endorse it. I don't even know what he did. I think he bought it or something, or owns it. And what do you want me to do by covering it? Pump it like you do? Get out of here, bot. Your ebb is up 10%. The Trump news was like, you're literally like 2 weeks late on that. The reason it's rallying now is because they announced a reverse split. Why aren't you telling people that? I'm gonna pump it. Tell them the up-to-date news. Why reverse split is bullish? Probably because they regain compliance with that. Otherwise, that's super bearish news. Not fundamentally doesn't change anything, but typically that's a spiral of bankruptcy. Oh, it split was today. There you go. Might be having a little reverse split squeeze. Nice, Russ. Probably just as well you slept through it. Unless you were willing to stomach closing and rebuying, or buying the dip, or I don't know. Were you awake for the rip though? That's the question.
I was not making new highs. That's the kind of thing you want to be aware of when it starts to happen, because that is another sign of potential reversal that could be coming. Now we're back in the normal area. We're out of the overbought area. That's a bearish signal, but it's looking like we could be stabilizing a little bit here. We're still above that 50 midline that demarcates bullish momentum from bearish momentum. So we're still on the bullish side of things.
You just find double tops here, or makes a new high?
Still trending upward, but the trend is starting to slow a little bit. According to our shortest term yellow 21-day exponential moving average, it's starting to flatten out. If you start seeing the longer term ones like our 63-day EMA start to flatten out as well, or even start to turn downward, that could be a sign that the trend is changing once again here. So in terms of support and resistance, 235, like I mentioned, that green dashed line, very close to our yellow 21-day EMA. So between about 235 to 237 or so, those are some areas to watch for.
Arab squeeze bigger? Yeah, maybe. What do you want me to do?
Gap that we mentioned, 262, this red dashed line, that was
hype.
resistance.
Yeah, and Rick, I think that's important to lay out.
See this?
Considering I think right now there's so many extra
look at it go
on Tesla, given the fact that it feels like a headline every other day. But that's sort of been the case all year long. So with this in mind now, Alex, for an example trade today, I definitely think there is.
Or you're in here backing up the other bot, Laura.
Tesla's chart, just given the run up it's seen, the pretty consistent uptrend. So walk us through what you're thinking then leading into.
Why don't you go cruise to a channel that has more viewers?
Yeah, I want to look look at something,
actually
granted that Tesla is
help
a
your
little
cause a
bit more
bit.
expensive than some stocks. It trades with a pretty high implied volatility that can make options more expensive as well. Something to make this stock a little bit more accessible for
Here we go, new
potentially
high on
smaller
SPY.
accounts or someone who doesn't want to take the full risk
Please
of
stop that.
the swings in a name like Tesla. And so I looked at buying
I
a
don't like
call
that, huh, Jay?
condor. It's going to consist
That
of
makes it go up
essentially vertical
and
spreads
creates a lot of hype
combined together to create a risk profile that will
and
benefit,
the
in
VIX
this case, from an
stock buying
upwards
emotion.
trajectory in the stock. What we're doing here is buying a $7.50 wide call vertical that is one strike in the money, one strike out of the money, and then selling a $5 wide call vertical above that to reduce that debit down to as small as possible while not taking upside risk. So much like what we look at in debit spreads, trying to get the break even near the current share price and trying to bring that risk down as much as possible. And so looking at this on the risk profile, the exact strikes that we're looking at, 242.5, 250, 260, 265, all in July. $2 debit is $200 in risk with a 244.50 break even. The risk profile does a better job, I think, than I could of explaining how this one performs. It has basically a window of profitability between the 250 and 260 level where this thing can expand to as much as a $550 max possible profit. However, if it overshoots and goes all the way through 265, you would stand to theoretically give back 500 of that and it would level off for a $50 gain. So almost like unchanged, almost like break even at that point. But $200 in risk.
You know, 10.3, Upstart 10.
42.5 will not take much for that to happen.
LG's up 10.
Right now. It was
I don't get that What's the what is the play on that?
But this is a way to kind of reduce that
Rivals been climbing up today too.
The stock does move higher, Jenny.
Yeah, now to shift gears here and look at a name that isn't too far away from this space, obviously operating in the auto world. That is GM, of course, looking a lot different on a year-to-date perspective here, Rick. Having a nice month, up about 15%, but still not the same
Rival could be a good entry here.
Clearly as a name like Tesla.
This one kind of reminded me of driving in the snow in Chicago. If you ever get your car stuck in a snowdrift, you know, you kind of drive forward
I knew
quickly,
high of the day.
backward quickly, trying to kind of rock yourself out of it. And that's what we've seen in this chart. A lot of quick moves up, quick moves downward, back and forth, and ultimately not really making very much progress. Still kind of stuck in the snow, so to speak, because we're only up about less than 8% on the year here. So we can see first that price bottomed out near around the 3150 level a couple times here. That was our floor that we're kind of working with ever since we hit those lows back in September. We had a nice upward move recently, but it's been broken. We didn't get like a huge breakout or anything, but we did get some downward activity and price stabilized near the yellow 21-day EMA right below this other green line that we have.
looks like it's even snowing outside right now. So I'm imagining driving through whatever
435.
smoke is happening in the atmosphere right now is very comparable.
Five
to
I
this
have
chart.
there as a
We'll leave it there. Appreciate all the insight as always, Rick Ducat, our
Get into a lot of
chartcaster.
liquidity up here
So now
though.
Alex, when trading this name again, taking on a more optimistic
This whole handle's being built today.
AM to me has been beaten down a little
I
bit
mean,
more
it could have some
significantly
more
than a name like Tesla and hasn't
tomorrow, I
seen the
guess,
same
but
degree of outperformance. So
look at this.
with
I
that
mean,
in mind, walk us through what you're thinking for an example.
inverted cup and handle right here.
And also a little bit of positive news headlined as well. And so I looked at something as like I saw this chart and I just saw this very clear pattern. Of course, past prices don't indicate what will happen in the future.
See a little more though. Could see a little more. Doesn't necessarily be the top.
And maybe someone looks at that and said, hey, this is destined to go back up higher just because that's how it goes. Again, that's not necessarily the case, but say you're following that line of thinking, I have a strategy that will benefit from a move back towards 40, which is sort of that upper bound of this recent kind of back and forth wave-like channel that we've seen for the better part of the last year. I looked at selling July, buying August. The 40 rather call calendar, 55-cent debit would be 55 bucks in risk. Bullish trade, looking for a move to the strike. So Rick had mentioned a couple other areas of potential support and resistance. Those could be potentially candidates if you were looking at a name like GM for a different level for a strike selection. Again, I looked at sort of that longer term channel, 40 being sort of the upper bound of that, and looking for, over the rest of the summer, potentially a move towards that level. One line of thinking, certainly by no means anything.
Could be set up ahead and shoulders.
I have no
We'll
idea
see.
what will happen.
Could just be
in this
another
stock, just an illustration.
consolidating
Just kinda
bull flag.
The thought process behind it.
Here.
But,
Here.
with that, Jenny, you guys were
You have
talking
a head
about
and a
the kind of
shoulder.
back and forth in the snow. I was thinking about someone struggling to like parallel park in downtown Chicago in like a big SUV, just a back and forth constantly, and you're right behind them. You're getting frustrated, but you feel for them at the same time. That's what that.
Yo's up almost 11.
That is such a good parallel, and actually, everyone can relate to that because you've either been the car behind them or you've been.
Jenny,
the one
you can't. You don't even have a
struggling.
car.
And either way, it's like the most humiliating thing when you can't get into a spot and you're already like.
Is that why you sold your
so
car? You couldn't parallel?
I can respect that parallel completely, but also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today. They do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risk, like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time to shift away from our auto conversation and focus on all things Amazon for FOMO. Amazon looking to empower local U.S. businesses. We'll discuss what that means more coming up next.
Barbecue came down a little bit, 31.70. Now negative 0.88% on the day. Why does it keep changing the sound? Yeah, I'm doing some dailies on SPY. I'm using my other account so I can have do some day trades up on here. Broken. I just got some daily puts. I'm gonna maybe time the top here a little bit on the head. Still so early, I forgot. Feels like it's so much later, it's only 1:30. There's a new high of the day on SPY. Maybe we're gonna make another leg up. Iron net. Barcode around 21.32% still. SPY new high on the day. I can add to these puts too once there's more confirmation. So we get a shoulder here. Barbecue down a little bit more, down 1.5, 31.50. The bankruptcy hearing's in an hour. Be tuned into that.
For it, although that's sort of what it seems like. these companies would ultimately want it to be at times. But this is an interesting story. It's probably a situation where Amazon's going to look to benefit from it the same way that they're hoping to benefit other businesses. So hopefully a win-win situation. But it also goes to show that we talk so much about the cloud. We talk so much about AI. As crazy as it may seem, sometimes I feel like we almost forget that Amazon also just operates this ginormous logistics e-commerce company that basically revolutionized how we buy things.
Trust me, Alex, I never forget, but I do think the street forgets, especially given the push into generative AI. That seems to be all the focus. But their e-commerce segment, if not, they're also their Amazon Prime Video, are two of the most important aspects of my entire life, I think. So I never forget about them. But they are announcing the fact that they'll be partnering with as many as 2,500 small businesses, really in hopes to optimize these businesses. They said these businesses could include coffee shops, small grocers, florists. So the range is really, really wide here. We did also get some separate reports today that they will be adding MT Newswire to their news and alerts through Alexa. And why this is actually so significant is that this provides about 30,000 stories a month on more than 45,000 securities globally, but Amazon's Alexa device is pretty substantial. Actually, it's right now, the figures around the world, they were saying this is a much larger device in scale than I would have even imagined. They did also announce their Business Prime Duo is now free for Prime members. Business Prime Duo was previously $69 per year, but this does offer similar buying tools to small business owners and provides them a reach on business-only pricing specific then to their items, as well as fast delivery, and they did say free delivery, excuse me, so that's significant. But I think it's just interesting to see the way they are pushing now to scale out their capabilities to small businesses as well as consumers, because again, like you mentioned, the focus is all things cloud. The focus has been cloud this year. But I do also think it's important to keep in mind this is still somewhat of a massive retailer. Of the analysts covering this name, 50 of the 53 do lean to buy. 2 holds, 1 underperform, no sells in this name. Street likes Amazon, and there's a good reason why. It's still up about 54% on the year. It's up about 7% for the month and only down about 12% from its 52-week high, which is considering the fact that we have seen some pullback in a lot of these tech names as of late. I mean, still up 60% from its low, so a relatively strong performer.
Yeah, but it's still got so far to go to get back to those all-time highs. You look at a name like Microsoft, we talked, made a new all-time high. NVIDIA made a new all-time high. Apple made a new all-time high. Amazon's nowhere close. It's still a good 25-30% off that almost 190 post-split adjusted all-time high. Because remember, we still think of Amazon probably as a $2,000, $3,000 stock. Although I got to be honest, I'm getting more used
Barbecue,
to
low liquidity, gapping down a little bit. 31 cents, down 3%.
When I think of Amazon right now, Jenny, and I think
no
about how
volume in here.
Today, it's got its ties to the NASDAQ 100.
Oh.
It's got its ties to cloud through AWS, but it's got a cyclical element to it as
Right
well.
at 31 cents and then 31.95.
Good news is good news type of a market.
We break the 30 cents.
Objectively, a positive economic picture day. That's helping Amazon as well. So
Final support might be 26.98 or maybe 7 cents. On the bottom of this bull flag, the VWAP from yesterday. Yeah, yesterday's VWAP. Not sure we'll get that low, but
kind of wavering, and at the same time we see inflation starting to taper off. That can be potentially a boon for this stock as well. So certainly a nice day today, but had a pretty rough day yesterday, so kind of just gaining back where it was.
Okay, and you mentioned having its, it's sort of, I would say, tasks in 2 different buckets here. They did also unveil earlier this week plans to invest about $7.8 billion by 2030 to expand their data center operations in Ohio. So that just goes to show really the fact that this company has headlines every single day. Some of it involve its data center operations, some involve its e-commerce push, which I think just shows the duopoly that Amazon is currently. But now when trading this name here, I definitely think the FOMO feeling is to the upside, but I also think there are still those that think a lot of these tech names have just run up too fast, that valuations remain stretched at current levels given the overall market performance. So with that in mind, walk us through a more neutral to bullish leaning strategy.
Yeah, neutral to bullish. We looked at an outright bullish strategy for a trade illustration in Amazon this week already, and so I wanted to look at something a little bit different. Yesterday we looked at a call vertical. Today we're going to look at selling a put vertical below the market. In this case, we went out to the July expiration, selling the 127, buying the 124, $1 credit, $200 in risk, break even, you simply take that dollar away from 127, you get to 126. Neutral to bullish because, well, right now the stock's at 129. If your break even is at 126, needs to go down for you to lose money, or at least to fall, to lose money. So neutral to bullish. And so when we look at the risk profile, straightforward, profit defined, risk defined, elongated Z. The key difference here between a debit spread that we kind of talk about with its equal risk and reward and kind of starting at the break even. In this particular case, because the stock starts in that max profitability zone, you just need it to hold its value and not go down. So another way to potentially look at this, neutral to bullish, example trade in Amazon, which is just another one of these companies, Jenny. It's coming from it in its own way, but it's trying to do everything. You talk about all these different plans it has. It's the same thing that Apple and Alphabet and Microsoft and Meta and Tesla, they all started as something, online bookstore, and now it's everywhere.
And you know, we also even forget about Whole Foods and the fact that Whole Foods is now only continuing to grow. Amazon obviously owns Whole Foods. I even disassociate that because I spend so much money at Whole Foods and I forget that it's even owned by Amazon. So it's ridiculous the reach this company has into our lives. And no wonder the fact that we're seeing shares outperform on the overall market this year. So a really strong performer, up over 50%, and also getting a 1.5% lift today. But that does it for our FOMO segment. Now coming up next, we will throw it back to all things cereal, which is something we discuss actually far too often on this show, Alex. We'll be looking at Kellogg's, obviously the maker of so many cereals, with Renita Young coming up next.
Ego my ego. I just continuing this trend up. Smooth escalator action. Now if I average into a trade, does that count as a second day trade if I close them? It does, doesn't it? I noticed yesterday I can sell as many times as I want. If I bought 10 of something, I can sell one at a time. But if I bought 10, and I bought 10 more of the same thing, and I sold at different times, is that a 2-day trades? Or is it still one? I'm not in and out, I'm just in, out. Barbecue coming down 30, 22, down 5.5%. Oh, and Restream hasn't been updating. Court hearing's at 2:30. Sorry, wasn't getting updated chats. Yeah, VWAP's still pretty high. We rejected it at 33 cents. That'd be 2-day trades if you entered twice, same position. People waiting for the court hearing. I don't think the stock moves quite that fluid. I do think it's less manipulated and more raw on OTC, but I don't think it's quite that direct. $0.30 is his first level. I took the long right here. Nice entry. Closer profits here. Should have kept holding. Looked like it was double topping. I wanted to try and actually realize some profits on the futures today. Here we are, ripping some more. Rival 15.6. Arab 2092. 21%. Carvana 12.5. Upstart 10. Neo 10. GME is just flat. There's some more selling on barbecue. 29.50 down 7.75. I was trying to be patient buying back in, but at the same time, we've seen it just melt right back up. Did a bit of both. I bought in some, not all of it. If you get a higher low here.
Snack is those cereal bars. So yeah, spot on with that one.
The cereal bars, Rita, those are my favorite too. See, maybe I just love like all of these cereal and like childlike products because I think I am like Kellogg's target demographic. But we will leave it there. Appreciate the breakdown. Renita Young, senior markets correspondent for the network. Now coming up next, it's time for Under 30. We are looking at Carnival, which of course we discussed yesterday as one of the worst performers in the S&P 500. Now we're actually seeing a pretty nice day with shares up significantly on the session, erasing a lot of those losses from Monday. We'll discuss that more with Kevin Green coming up next.
These SPY's almost filled that gap, hasn't it? Oh yeah, it filled that first gap. Wow. Next gap is 437.18. Continuing. The handle strikes with a vengeance. It's going up like twice as fast as we've been dropping. We're back to the highs from last Thursday. Close to the highs. High of the day there on SPY. Barbecue 29.70. It's just below that 30-cent level. Down 7%.
After getting just walloped yesterday.
Tide lifting all boats, no pun intended. Yeah, and we saw shares, get absolutely crushed yesterday following its second quarter results, which objectively weren't that bad, but the cruise liners have been serious outperformers on the year, especially given the overall, I'd say, just enthusiasm rebounding, given the fact that cruises are now fully operational. So we saw a really disappointing session Monday. We're sensing shares claw back almost all of those losses. So here to tell us now more on this move today, I'd like to welcome in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. So Kevin, tell us what's driving shares higher today, because an 8% move is something significant after seeing a completely different tone yesterday.
Yeah, this rebound is both technical in nature as well as some good news when it came to an
There you go, Tesla up 3%.
We did see Citi keeping their buy rating on the shares, and they kept their price target of $18 here. They do believe that the move to the downside was actually really overdone, and they believe that the sell-off was actually, shareholders were missing the forest through the trees here. They do believe that the bright side of this stock is the accelerated price environment that's going to be impactful for the long-term gains, as well as the earnings power that's built over time. And you kind of just talked about the capacity side of the business as well. They're still trying to ramp that up, but they are sizing it up in a way that ensures that they're going to have maximum pricing power, or at least attempt to. And they do believe
is GME like trading still?
Cost, which is some of the concerns that we saw for their sell-off yesterday, the inflation costs and
this hasn't moved in so long.
Heightened buy-side expectations, they believe were that just the move to the downside was really just overdone. So they do believe that Q2 performance gives it even more confidence for upside.
30 cents on barbecue
here, which is why we're seeing the move to the upside.
Still melting up.
If you looked at the $13.86 level, we actually talked about this yesterday on Market on Close. You wanted to see, if you were a bull in the stock, a quick move to the upside from that level, because that was the gap up. You did not want to see that gap fill, and it's doing that today. So hopefully they're able to continue to see volume rise as the price rises. That might give bulls a little bit more confidence that this stock may have some room to run even more.
Kev, how much of this potential reaction yesterday wasn't even necessarily a disappointing earnings call? Actually, I thought there was kind of a lot to like about it. It seemed like a pretty optimistic company that had shown pretty meaningful improvement, but much more about the street just kind of seeing that ahead of time, kind of pounding the drum, saying the cruises are seeing a lot of demand, things are bouncing back. And then it's like, okay, that's exactly what they showed. And it's like, oh, wait, we already knew that. Let's sell the stock off.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a couple of combinations that maybe spooked investors, and rightfully so here, Alex. I mean, at the end of the day, if you do see costs going up, they eats into your margin, and this company really wants to be profitable for the next 2 quarters, especially going into next year, 2024. They do have a fair amount of subordinate debt that is going to become due, and they'll need to start paying that down, and they want to be able to be profitable in order to utilize that cash flow to pay down some of that debt, because they did leverage a fair amount once we went through COVID. So I think that's also another reason why the market was a little bit spooked. But the commentary coming from the CEO and some of their executives, they're really
New high there on SPY, still melting up, up
and it looks like
1.12%.
something that could be able to weather the storm here. If we do see an economic downturn, we saw some economic data that came out today that was very strong compared to the street's expectations. So this soft landing scenario also does lead credence that maybe demand is still going to be strong throughout the remainder of this year, going into next year, and maybe it's not as cyclical as we have seen pre-COVID.
Yeah, and Kevin, I think it's just sort of amazing just looking at that daily chart, the way that we saw that dip yesterday, and we're completely just back to right around 52-week highs at current levels. So I'm curious your thoughts. I know the focus today right now is on Carnival, but I think it's also important to look at the other cruise lines, which are also having, really nice day, up 4% and 5%. And this name has fared quite well. It's up 95% now on the year. Has this been the theme with the other cruise lines as well?
Yeah, I think a lot of these stocks are going to trade in tandem. I don't think you're going to see a lot of divergence.
Waiting for
when it
big
comes
cheer up.
to, say, Norwegian Cruise Line, the Carnival. You might see maybe a couple of basis points, but really the market's really trying to trade this group as a whole at this point. Until we try to get some footing here on their fundamentals moving forward, they're going to continue to trade at really high multiples compared to what their realized earnings are right now. But as you go into next year, the earnings multiple expectations are definitely going to get a lot higher, and I think the street's trying to position for that. It's one of those tough things, though, Jenny, when you have a stock continuing to go up and you're not seeing it in the earnings multiple. We call that earnings expansion, or we see like multiple expansion where the earnings number is really not catching up with the price of the stock, and a lot of times you want to grow into that earnings number. So it's just going to be interesting to see over the next 6 months, 9 months. Once again, they do have some debt to pay down in 2024, and they need to be profitable in order to do so aggressively and try to get them on better footing moving forward.
Kev, last thought here before we say goodbye. Is it also kind of a trap possibly here not to look at this and say, hey, the Nasdaq's in melt-up mode, the S&Ps are in melt-up mode, volatility is low. Is this just not a high beta kind of growth-like, typical market reaction, and this is about as far out on the spectrum of risk as you can get right now with some of these cruise liners?
Yeah, unfortunately, the cruise liners have gotten into this bucket of high beta. It has not been like that in the past. Right now it is. Let's see if it's going to be able to get out of that camp, because at the end of the day, if you are a shareholder or even an executive there, you don't want to see a lot of volatility when it comes to the stock. It really does get a little bit dicey when you're trying to have forward forecasts for 2 years, 3 years out and what to inform your shareholders. But yeah, I think right now the street's really trying to capture this momentum throughout the street. And it's just, we're seeing a very interesting setup from a technical standpoint. A lot of stocks are overvalued compared to historical averages when we are at this time of an inverted yield curve and some of the other economic indicators like leading indicators, things of that nature. But they're trying to trade towards 2024, 2025 multiples, and a lot of these investors are buying these dips and they're holding strong. The diamond hands that we were talking about during COVID, it seems like it's spread from just that meme camp. Now it's spreading out throughout institutional investors and other retail investors, and that's why we are seeing these stocks make just dramatic moves to the upside and downside over the last 6 months.
Yeah, really great breakdown on what is a positive story to end this Tuesday show. Appreciate the insight, Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the Watch List with Nicole Petalides.
U.S. money supply increased in May for the first time since last July, ending a record streak of 9 consecutive monthly declines, still down 4% year over year, but perhaps this marks a change in trend. UBS is cutting half of Credit Suisse workforce starting next month.
play a little bit of catch up. And by the rest of the market, we mean like cyclicals and small caps. And so, our playbook for the rest of this year is if the Fed is done, which, by the way, we believe that they are, but if the Fed is done and we avoid a recession, the small caps and cyclicals are going to be where you want to be, which is definitely not where you wanted to be up until this point. But on a kind of the go-forward basis, if we can avoid the recession, which we think is like a little bit of a 50-50 shot, then we think that small caps and cyclicals are going to be sort of the winners for the back half of the year.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing. I mean, even today, small caps shining today, right? Making somewhat of a comeback of late. And you're not surprised? I mean, what if the Fed is to raise rates 1 or 2 more times? Would you still stick with the small caps and the cyclicals? What do you think the Fed will do?
Rival's still going.
So we think the Fed is
21.5%.
They are, there's certainly a shot. If we get some hot inflation data coming out in the next couple of weeks, they may go one more time. As silly as we think that is, it just is what it is. But frankly, if we're in the bottom of the 9th inning or the game is over, we don't think.
No, you're good, Seaman.
It might matter a little bit on the timing.
I don't even mind the
so it may be
the bots come in here because sometimes they pump good stocks. Like, I'll check it out. I don't care. Look at anything.
Knowing that you may be a little bit early if the Fed does have to go.
But when they come in here and hassle me, and it's clearly someone I don't know or someone that just comes in here to pump stocks, yeah, I ain't about that.
And that is going to play a lot of catch up with what's
happening. Like not when it's a total just only bot responses from this person. LMCK? Wait, LMC?
Are always going to be a little bit of a tough one, especially with rates.
I can't even see LMC on Webull.
Really quickly. So commodities we think is probably
talking about LMCK.
For the remainder of this year. We get to the international side.
SPY new high of the day, man. That's the problem with trying to time the top. And the problem without day trades is that I can't have stop losses. I stop out of it and I'm done for the day. That's it. That's stupid.
And they're just proven not to so far. So if the Chinese government kind of gets off their rear end and starts really stimulating,
to time it right,
it's really going to be a place you want to be.
And then just hold.
Then Europe is
yeah, Tesla's up 3.5.
Either of those two things happening,
into that 250 I need on it.
It's a terrible case for internationals, but you don't have the catalyst in place that we thought that we actually would have in place about 3 or 4 months ago when we were thinking about this stuff.
GME is actually picking up some of this. Yeah, it is. There you go. Actually, it's not bad. A little volume on GME too. Interesting. That was also the same time barbecue. Kind of unrelated, maybe. See, he's not waking up. Yeah, interesting little pump on GME there. 1.8 with some volume.
That and so much more. And it's Technical Tuesday. Kevin Horner of Charles Schwab will join us and talk about the charts he's looking at, including this.
Ride is up. They just announced bankruptcy. That's awesome. Oh, up 100% from its low. Yeah, it's on bankruptcy announcement.
One of the most
bounce from that, I'd say. Buy new high in the day. Got GME up 1.9. 23.46. I hope to be out of any AMC exposure by the time I have the court case. Bungie, what's your position on barbecue? Me up 2.5 almost. Weird little wake up. See, almost 10%. Can't believe I closed my long so quickly. I have a hard time scalping or trading after something's run so much. Trying to learn to get over that. Buy high and sell higher. Fine. $5,000, nice. Rolls Royce. New high of the day there on SPY. You haven't been trading barbecue at all, Bungie? You've just been bought it and built. Do you have any covered calls right now on GME? Or maybe I should ask, how many do you have? Always cover. That's why I say all. I said how many. How many of your shares are covered, and how deep in the money are those covered calls? Big pop, big pop. So this dude, I know premiums got crappy again. They were good there for a bit, and then yeah, now they're back 48% on the monthlies. That's stupid. You really can just sell that high IV now. IV used to always be high before, so just uncovered calls. That's awesome. If I wasn't stupid with my GME position, I would have been in the same boat. Not just GME, but overall portfolios.
Maybe we could get a hold at that double bottom level. We had a bottom there in November and a bottom there in December, late December.
Lost the tuition.
At around 87.
I feel like you have to go through that. You're trying to do this for a living.
Move into the resistance downtrend line of about 35 points or so. It really cruised higher, but again, it got rejected.
Thanks to the GME call. Good eyes. Good eyes, Bungie.
I think is that you've had a number of tests now, Nicole, at $87. More than a few. In fact, the most recent two tests reflect lower price action, but a better RSI yet again. So the potential.
Yeah, I've got 10 minutes. Just sick.
Window for traders in a longer term.
You're a lurker for sure, aren't you? Been around a long time, but you hardly chat. Apparently you have barbecue though. Yeah, we're in the queue. We'll listen to it and watch it.
Have to just, grit their teeth and stick with it. It's a significant support zone between 85 and 87. So even if you're looking to accumulate and think in the long haul, you still got to monitor the lows that we could see. And if we break under 85,
31.83 on barbecue. Bounced off that 30 cents again.
By the same token, though,
I'll try and wait to put the rest of this capital in, though.
we're getting really narrow in this range now, Nicole. So one of these days in the near future, we're apt to break that downtrend line or the horizontal support at around between that 85, 87.
Appreciate the support, Disick. As long as you come in and thumbs up.
All right, and you have one more for us on your radar.
This is the way.
Exact Sciences.
Well, when are we gonna get a SPY pullback here? Got VWAP all the way down at 433. If we make a move there, I should be at least 50-60% on my options. Also doesn't happen within like before the last 10 minutes.
Broke the 200-day moving average, and when we talked, we were sitting on the 20-day. Well, it needed 2 more days.
June 1st?
That's where my oval is.
How's it going for you?
2 more days, it got thrown to the 200-day, and then it exploded. It moved from 46 to 68 in the course of 4 sessions, and then we have that lengthy consolidation, 5 months in length, as we consolidated in a 10-point range between about 60 and 70. Now, the reason I liked this chart, Nicole, is the concept around the consolidation. It's a really great reminder of what needs to occur in price action when you get big moves to the upside. Very commonly, if you make a 50% move, as this one did in the course of a week, you need to consolidate. It took 5 months to do it, and then once it broke out of that consolidation, it has been trending against the 20-day. And so now, shorter-term traders are more or less in charge here, can work against that 20-day as an exit strategy, placing stops, raising stops, etc. That's a proper way to go about managing a trade that is winning for you. Now, at this point, you haven't had any violations of the 20-day since the breakout here in late May. So for a lot of traders, the only time they're going to look to lighten up on this is going to be on that very first close below the 20-day where things get a little bit more risky. So
Well, that's your position right now? Just calls?
All right, thank you for that.
All right, that works.
Great to see you. Charles Schwab, good luck. Technical Tuesday. We're always glad you're here. Kevin, I have Eli Manning here. That's right. Eli Manning's standing behind me. He's getting ready to have a seat, sit here with us. He's here because he's a partner with Brand Velocity Group. Of course, you know Eli Manning.
You traded full-time before returning to work, or just...
Each of those. But it's all about generational wealth and core values and how to invest in private
Big's up
equity
6.5.
and really grow with a company and make some money along the way. We'll have all the details next.
Eli Lily Manning. That's right, Eli Manning's coming on. Yeah, Kitty Daddy watches me full time. Much smarter to get paid while you listen. That's something that Jenny would do. Jenny probably does, actually. Ubo, 7.5. Oh, alt, look at you popping up. Glad I got out of that, though. You talked me to that one. Tree. Dare you. Runs up almost 3%. Stairway to Heaven on SPY. Might be stopping. What? Oh.
Gonna give us a peek in that back.
They're got a hot mic in there.
I do know that.
Hold on, let me. I don't know how to turn it down.
Right? That's what at least I could do.
I'll just turn that down.
Brought everything. I printed these out on my own. Oh, look at you. Isn't it cute? Like, wait, do I have a speak? It's my friend.
Oh, turn the mic off. There's not a way to like turn down on the browser version of Zoom. I don't see anywhere you can turn down the volume. Like, just turn down the volume. It's crazy. They were so late last time, they were like, we should probably be early. Oh wait, can I do picture in picture? Let me do it. Edge. You guys are running around like little worker bees. Oh, what? Geez, Sergeant. That's tough. Well, it's 2:30. Eli.
Things that jumped out at me was the 43 years of top quarter over quarter, 43 quarters year over year top line growth. And that's what you're looking for when you're finding these companies. And that's what the BVG, in addition to your chemistry and that they trust you, that's something that you're looking for, right, in a company?
Absolutely. So we're buying companies with EBITDA north of $10 million, companies that are successful, but with our support, marketing, branding, business development, we could take them to another level. And CEOs or owners who typically want to take chips off the table, but take a ride with great partners. Partners who are, I don't mind saying, very different in private equity. We actually care about the employees. We have a program which Eli will talk about called Share the Gains. But we really are very collaborative, and we bring so much value. We like to say capital is a commodity. All all the other things we can bring to the table help add value to the company.
Yeah, I want to hear more about how you go about finding these companies, because we know of so many that fail. And you don't want to, take great hard work, hard-earned money and lose it.
Right.
Because there are alternatives. You could be in a million things, and we'll talk about that. But I do want to talk about share the gains, and that was something that you liked. One thing that you actually said was when you win a Super Bowl ring, it's not just the team. It's the trainers. It's the guys who do the equipment. It's a team play, and so that's why you think this is a good mantra too.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, when you win a championship, it's not just the players that get a Super Bowl ring. It is the trainers, the people in the equipment room, in the film room, in the cafeteria. Everybody in the organization gets rewarded, saying we won a championship. We all get to celebrate this together, and I just assume that's the way it was in business. If a company sells, that everyone is a part of that success and everyone is rewarded, and that's when Drew and the team told me about share the gains.
Not the way at all.
10% of our carried interest back to all the employees that are within the business, and it makes a difference. And so everybody is working towards that common goal. Everybody has a vested interest in the success of the business, and that's what you want. You want everybody to feel a part of that success.
And do you talk to other athletes and say, I mean, I know you have your Ole Miss days, the Rebels, and you have athletes that make so much money. I was looking at all the top quarterbacks, and do you talk to, how do athletes find out about these kind of private equity opportunities, and not only just any, but the ones that you are finding to be best serving you?
Well, a lot of athletes have financial planners and accountants and everybody to kind of help them source deals, and hopefully most of them are listening to those people and understanding.
And what do you tell them?
Yeah, I tell them, listen to them. I've always told people, go hire someone, pay someone to help you with your investments. And so, because you need help, and it's a lot easier to lose money than it is to keep it and maintain it, and to grow it is the goal.
No, we're listening.
Situation right here.
They're about to start, maybe.
For life. And so try to have conversations.
You'll hear when they come on. They're loud.
Those that are fortunate enough to can do endorsement deals to kind of use that as you're spending money, put your football money away. And so we've been lucky. We've had a number of athletes that get involved with some of the companies that we are buying, and they're involved.
You high the day they're on Spy.
Have you yourself wooed a few in?
Sure, yeah,
right
no
in
doubt.
Here? And I'm sure they're very happy because you're doing your homework. I saw you had a few others, Original Footwear. This was an Atlanta manufacturing 50-year-old company. Another one, Magma Products, was under your umbrella from 1976. So you're not taking companies willy-nilly or just newfound companies, right? I mean, the other thing that I was thinking about, Drew, is SPACs, so many of the SPACs, and I know you're not doing publicly traded companies, but they're trying to bring these companies public, and so many of them don't do well. Shark Tank, we've interviewed many of the Shark Tank folks, and I hear that they don't, they hope that a few of all their investments actually make it big. I mean, how do you find the names, and what kind of percentage do you hope to have winners of the ones that you're investing in?
All of them.
Oh, so you have a really high bar.
Yeah.
So first of all, private equity is very competitive, as you know.
Right.
I don't mind saying we have one of the greatest competitors in the world as a partner. We're all very competitive. We like to compete. We like to win, not just in acquiring the companies, but also to have them be as successful as we want them to be. And Eli has talked about his wealth manager, like when we bought Barbecue Guys, because the company's based in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We said, it'd be great to get the Manning family involved. They're from Louisiana family. And Eli's agent, who's a friend, said, Drew, it's a great idea, but I don't handle it. I'm going to introduce you to the group that does. I said, great. He said, just be forewarned. They're tough mofos. I was like, that's great. They'll know the value of a great deal. In fact, Joe McLean, who you've had on here recently, Joe is with MAI. We work very closely. That's Eli and Peyton's group. And they've been great partners because they are very sophisticated. They do their due diligence, which if you have a good deal, that's what you want. A lot of athletes, frankly, don't have the right supervision around them. And that, when you're trying to get them involved, can be an impediment to their participation.
Right. Do you ever say, why aren't we doing crypto or AI or, 60-40, or when you're splitting bonds and equities and some of the traditional ways of investing. I mean, what you probably heard growing up.
Right.
I mean, did you ask him these questions?
No, we've had a lot of conversations. I think that our plan is, well, I think we're just looking at companies that are very specific, and we're looking at something where this is a successful company. It's been around. A lot of them are family run and been in the family for a long time that we're taking over, where they're doing well, but we put some of our marketing expertise. Yeah. We can grow this. We can, with the right connections that we have within sports. So one of the first ones I was involved in was a company called Score Sports, which is a company that manufactures, produces, sells youth sports apparel, jerseys. And I was like, I have 4 kids that are playing sports. I'm buying 15 jerseys a year. I understand this is a good business and a good thing to get into, and so. We're finding companies that make sense and with our connections can help out and help them grow and
not letting go yet.
And to tell that about athletes, they understand that also. That makes sense to them.
And do you love to keep working because you're working so hard? You mentioned the 4 kids. Sometimes people say, "Hey, I have my nest egg. I'm going to put it away and I'm going to sit back." Not you. We talked about your ESPN and then Chad Powers, and you have the YouTube. I mean, some of these may be old, but On the Clock I saw where you're training quarterbacks with your family, and I saw Eli's place. There were just so many different things that you're doing. You don't want to quit.
I think it's just learning. It's trying new things, and I had so much fun playing football, but that's all I did. I was so focused on football as one and only thing, and so now that I'm retired from that, it's kind of like, well, what's my next passion? What else can I do?
Do you have a next thing that's like lined up that you can give us a glimpse into? I mean, do you want to be a movie star?
No, I do not want to be a movie star. I like doing some shows that are local. I like
How about a CEO? You could be a CEO
well,
of a company.
I think that was the interest. Not that I want to be a CEO, but just getting involved with brand velocity to learn how a business works.
Right.
Learn about a profit loss statement. Learn about how all these things are going. And so each day, each meeting, I'm learning and get to have a debriefing with the team and say, what do they mean by this? What does this acronym mean? What is that? Why are we doing this? So just continue to learn and to try to become more knowledgeable about areas that I wasn't involved in that much.
And Drew, you've had a lot of folks under the umbrella that you've worked closely with. You had a stint way back at William Morris, and you know all about sports branding and marketing, and you knew Kobe Bryant, who actually came here to the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, he was wonderful that day, and we'll all remember him. And so with that, you move that and you've started to develop this in a new way. How do you hope to continue to grow Brand Velocity Group and get more and more athletes under the umbrella? Because, I mean, you guys have your own core values. You like giving back to the employees. Carmelo Anthony, LaDainian Tomlinson. These are some of the people that you've worked closely with.
So it's a great question. I think part of why we're both new to private equity, and we couldn't be here without our 2 partners, Steve Leibowitz and Austin Ramos, who have 20 years of private equity experience, understanding how to evaluate income. We're learning. But what makes BVG so different is you have the juxtaposition from tried and true private equity, spreadsheet analysis, and then you have branding, marketing, personalities involved, like we're bringing to table, and that's very different in the world of private equity. All that said, for athletes, I like to joke most athletes want to create the next 3 unicorns in venture because one's not good enough. Right? So private equity as an alternative asset class, which they could get involved in, it's more predictable. Frankly, the money managers like that better because they could see a path to success.
Right.
And a lot of it's education. So with Eli on board as a great personality who has a great network of talent involved, educating them in the value of private equity and making them see private equity can be sexy too.
Right.
We've made it really exciting. We've made it sexy. The things we're doing, how we're bringing differentiation to it, and we're doing good in the world. We're doing well by doing good. So all that resonates with I will say the right athletes. There's a lot of them that just don't understand what business is all about.
And you have to be patient, but you're really trying to pick the ones with less risk. I mean, that have you use the phrase, I saw in one of the articles, it said the right to exist, really showing quarter over quarter top line growth year after year, and that's what you're looking for in profitability going forward. That being said, Eli, when you look at the other athletes and you're trying to tell them to get on board, is there anything that you would say to them from the day one? Like, would you start to give them advice?
You know, I would tell them what my dad always told me is you never go broke taking a profit. And he used to use that in football
Genius.
terminology, saying, hey, find completions. You don't have to throw the home run. You don't have to throw the 50-yard post route. You can just, hey, throw it to the running back, get 4 or 5 yards, just, you know, moving down the field towards that touchdown. And I think that's the idea. And I think during the time you kind of read in the papers about, oh, you know, I was an early investor in this company and blew up and I made a gazillion times, but they don't talk about the 20 that you missed on and all that you lost around it. So this is not that idea.
All right, Spy got an engulfing candle.
Venture. We are finding
Might start to see some.
companies that we can just help
I'm selling. 20 minutes till power hour.
What happened with you and Peyton? Was there talk of you guys buying a sports team? I didn't get to follow up.
This meeting's gonna go after the bell.
No sports.
Are you interested in any sports teams right now?
I got involved with the Gotham FC, which is the women's soccer team, the local team. There you go. So
Division I soccer.
I know we had a big win the other night, so we got involved in that. It's been a lot of fun. My kids love going to the games, and for me, growing up, I was around the New Orleans Saints, where my dad played. My heroes were these athletes. So for my kids to have some of the stars from Gotham and to get to meet them, get pictures, autograph, play soccer with them, for them to have those role models is priceless.
Yeah, and that's important, and that's what I was going to ask you too. With the kids, you wrote a book with your father, Archie, Family Huddle, about the boys, you 3 boys, and playing, and how you were all playing football growing up. I mean, what's your advice to kids now? Because I think a lot of them are doing this.
Right. Just get outside, go play as many sports as possible. Okay. I encourage the parents to do that as well. I think it's hard just to say, it's easy to say we're going to play this sport and we're going all in on this. And for me, I played basketball, baseball, football through high school. My kids are playing lacrosse and swimming and hockey and tennis and whatever, everything. So flag football, they're playing them all and see which one sticks.
All right, and just in the cage match, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, right.
I mean, who do you have your money on?
I think you got to go Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah. What about you, Drew?
Zuck all the way.
Oh, you both go with Zuck. Okay.
Zuck has been training hard. Don't.
They're both. One is jujitsu and one is sumo. They're both specialists. So, if this ever comes to fruition, and do you want to give a shout out to your Ole Miss fans?
Yeah. Well, you had DK Metcalf, so obviously the Ole Miss guys are just very, very good in their
this whole
financial
it was
literacy.
So happy you were coming today.
We had a great time. We had a great time.
Giants fans here.
This was a lot of fun. Go Big Blue. It should be a good season. Go Rebels. So Ole Miss and the New York Giants. Big years coming up.
All right. Are they getting the Super Bowl?
Of course.
All right, why not?
No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure. All right, it is great to see you both. I'm so glad you were both able to come in today. I know you have to be a brand ambassador for a lot of these companies, but so glad that you were able to be here today. Eli Manning, former New York Giants quarterback and partner of Brand Velocity Group, and Drew Scheinman, founding partner of Brand Velocity Group. Thank you both for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we're going to talk commercial real estate. As we head to break, take a look at winners and losers in the S&P 500.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is Tuesday, January 27th, 2023. This is the United States Bankruptcy Court for the District of New Jersey. And we are here on the court's calendar in the Bed Bath & Beyond matter. There was an agenda, and then I think recently filed with a notice of amended agenda of matters.
That's correct, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm like Kirk Cornell on behalf of the debtors. We did file an updated agenda just reflecting a couple of additional filings. I think the further revised order for the sale order was placed on file. So just wanted to make sure that Your Honor had all of the documents reflected there.
Okay. So are you going to be presenting Skyer and going through the agenda, or do you have any matters to report before we get started?
Yes, Your Honor. I would love to give just a brief update on sort of some of the progress that we've been making in the efforts over the past even just few days.
Thanks,
since
Stacey. Appreciate it,
Your
buddy.
Honor, and maybe making a couple of initial comments about one of the more interesting pleadings for today. So yesterday we had a very successful lease auction, exceeded expectations in terms of the value achieved. probably hundreds of APAs flying around at this point. Today we'll see the household name of Bed Bath & Beyond preserved. With a buyer, Overstock.com, well-known and reputable company that we know that the name will be in very good hands, and we'll be able to see this name going forward in the future. There will be several other lease transactions here, but presented today. But tomorrow there's yet another auction. We'll be hearing for the baby assets. So Bye Bye Baby. There will be potentially a sequential auction where we look at different sets of those assets and how they may ultimately come together. So we'll have a further update at the next hearing, Your Honor. But just wanted to highlight these points to say that the company management advisors have been working at breakneck speed to generate value and recovery for the estate and its creditors. And we're focused on getting a plan on file, solicited and confirmed before the shot clock runs out in a couple of months.
Well, that is great news, and I'm very pleased to hear that, and I'm gratified is the right word, and that the name is being preserved is further gratification. So
yes, we're absolutely thrilled as well, Your Honor.
very good news. Congratulations.
Thank you very much
on getting that done.
I've successfully taken away all of the exciting news that my colleague was going to share. So please react very surprised when he comes up. So additionally, at the last hearing, of course, the parties presented a consensual, substantially uncontested final DIP order, reflecting a settlement that potentially shares in the recoveries with all creditors, and really puts us on a path to being the most efficient as we can in reaching finality and closure in these cases. In a particularly difficult case such as this one, Your Honor, I think my partner Josh Sussberg said it the first day, unprecedented in his career on the insurmountable difficulties that we faced. It's not that consensus is the best path forward. It's that consensus is the only path forward that we have. Without it, the train falls off the tracks rather quickly. And we say that only to note that there have been recent developments in the motion to reconsider filed at docket number 982. I believe there's a further revised that actually unseals the majority of that motion. The debtors filed a response at docket number 1081, but understandably, this has all been happening in the past 24 hours. So we wouldn't expect our owner to have read a motion that we filed or a objection that we filed just earlier today. Just a couple of quick notes so that you know where the debtor's position sits on this. The debtor will never begrudge a party for protecting its own interests, seeking the rights that it needs to protect those clients. But here we are quite confident that this is against the interests of all creditors, including their clients, in terms of the waste of the precious resources that are being utilized even now, that would be utilized to continue further going down this road. The $30 million in funds that the debtors worked so hard to negotiate at the outset of these cases for the protection of those administrative and priority claimants, and that settlement for the sharing of proceeds. So from our perspective, Your Honor, we cannot have this cloud hanging over our heads for very long. We'll defer to the wisdom of this court as to how we proceed to resolve it. We just want to note that we believe that the ad hoc group has had its opportunity to be heard, to object, to seek discovery. They've had an opportunity granted by Your Honor to seek an extension of the challenge period under the DIP order, which they chose not to pursue. Counsel successfully preserved that right and stipulated on the record that it was the only right that was preserved. These issues alone make this motion improper, untimely, procedurally defective. Won't rehash the papers on Rule 60C, Section 364E. Suffice to say that this cake cannot be unbaked 2 months into the case. There's just no excuses or justifications for such post hoc relief, and no new evidence giving rise to a basis under 60B has been shown. The ad hoc group points to week one actual cash results as demonstrating new evidence. The debtors don't have a crystal ball. Ms. Zetlin, our CRO, she's the best in the business, but even she does not have a crystal ball. All they had to do was ask for those projections week 2, and we could have been here week 3 discussing about whether there was something to be done, or what, what the reasons were there. So that said, the debtors wanted to file papers today, especially and most importantly, to make the record clear on exactly why, how, and for what reason those numbers differed from projections to actuals. We all take for granted that there's a lot of unpredictability here as we transition through the filing of a case. The upshot of that very detailed variance report that we shared with Your Honor is that while the cash went positive, and that's theoretically a good thing, it is largely the result of banking issues that caused late payments to creditors and delayed opening of the separate reserve accounts that we were supposed to have open much more quickly. So the positive side of a slight uptick in sales, that's not a basis upon which to rely to move forward on contested cash collateral, seeking to hope for the best and get cash just to eke out one more day in the cases. Moreover, the necessity of the dip remains undeniable today as it did then. For all of those same reasons, the dip preserved the path to the going concern. It preserved the path to payment of administrative claims, which reaches finality in Chapter 11 plan confirmation. These prospects would be gone without this dip approved on the first day. And to ensure the debtors had necessary funds to operate the business. That immediate and irreparable harm standard, Your Honor, we are well aware of, and we would not have sought a dip financing order from Your Honor on the first day had we not absolutely felt it necessary. Was the roll-up our favorite feature of that dip? No, of course not, Your Honor, but that is the hand that we were dealt, and we were fortunate to get a lot of great concessions from the dip lenders in that regard. And the committee finished the job getting additional concessions through the final dip order. So, Your Honor, we stand here just to simply say that the motion that was filed contains a series of mistakes and mischaracterizations that don't merit the estate resources spent. There was an unfortunate, whether inadvertent, not interested in the motives as right now as to why confidential information was publicly shared on the docket, but that was harmful to the debtors. It is something that could threaten the value of the estates. We are in the middle of asset monetization that is absolutely not helped by that kind of disclosure. But we just wanted to make our position clear, and we'll defer to Your Honor in terms of the best way to proceed from here.
Well, I mean, I was thinking we were going to deal with that last because it might be the longest, but if you want to deal with it now, we can deal with it now. I had a thought or two, but I was interested in what the party's thoughts were because, and I need to say this preliminarily, is that I had trial yesterday all day from 9:30 till after 5. And I also just received that motion and wasn't expecting to receive that motion. And I reflected that in the order shortening time, but I did not read the entire motion. I didn't read the motion at all. I read the application to shorten time and the order shortening time, because that is all the time I had yesterday in the trial. And I saw that it was a motion for reconsideration, but it was based on what happened here on June 14th, where I said they could ask for an extension of the challenge period by requesting it by a letter on June 25th. And I assume, since it referred to that specifically, I guess I assumed that was somewhere in the papers that were being submitted, but I made a wrong assumption because it wasn't there. There was no request to extend the challenge period, which, as I recall, was what the ad hoc bondholders committee said was the only thing they were asking for in that order. And that's why I did what I did, because I looked at the order that was presented, and it said vacate the DIP orders. And I said, wow, this is completely beyond what anyone was contemplating on June 14th. And so not saying that parties, like you said, can't file motions that they believe are appropriate. Not saying that at all. It's just it caught me by surprise. And I said, boy, you can't file that kind of motion on 2 days' notice and expect people to deal with it. But then I got the reply from the lenders and the debtor, and then I read the motion, and I saw that it was actually to vacate the orders. That was the relief that was the DIP orders, and that was the relief that was being sought. So I made a bit of a mistake on the order shortening time in the sense of as developed by the facts, because if the parties, I thought it was too much to ask in that short of a time period, and not at all what was contemplated to happen in that short period, and that was kind of my visceral reaction. But now, having read the papers and more importantly, that you started it off that way, and the lender objected, Sixth Street objected immediately. The debtor filed something this morning. That's who I was concerned about, and the creditors committee, of course, and the creditors committee hasn't submitted anything. If you guys are prepared to proceed on the extremely shortened time period requested by the bondholders, then that's something we got to think about and figure out how to deal with that. That's my initial reaction. I know that a lot of these things were done on the fly, and not on the fly, but were done quickly. Correct myself. Were done very quickly, and maybe like I didn't see any. There was I guess there was one certification that I saw, but I'm also extremely concerned about the progress of the case, and I don't want to hold things up. So I'm willing to do this really quickly, but I just need to know what the parties think about it, what record I need to do it on. And I will tell you what my initial thought was without even asking you. My initial thought was, there's a lot of facts that I saw in here, and I'm sure each party thinks they can back up those facts as best they can, but I'm willing to completely adjust my schedule and get it done. Have a hearing. The debtor's response had a lot of facts in it, and you have a lot of experts, and maybe one or two of those people can come up and say, this is why we did this. We couldn't have predicted this. We didn't know whatever was going on, and the bondholders can put their facts in, and I'll get you a quick decision. I'll get you one before the end of this week. That's my goal. And that way we can continue. That was what I thought. Unless parties think it can be done or should be done more quickly, I don't know how much more quickly it can be done than that, to be honest. But if there's somebody has a better idea, I'm willing to listen to it. But this is too important of an issue, and you can't have the kind of overhang that we're talking about for any extended period of time. So I want to get it done quickly. I want to decide quickly. Some people are going to think I'm right, some are going to think I'm wrong, but I want to get it done quickly.
Thank you.
I guess Mr. Hillman was rising. I don't know who was rising first, Mr. Feinstein and Mr. Hillman. I don't really care.
Your Honor, is our motion. So I was kind of taking
sorry,
it back.
I thought you're Mr. Kanoyan.
Yes, Your Honor. I was kind of taking it back that they
mistaken for
started on our motion when it was our motion. So
yeah.
To specifically address these concerns that Your Honor has just raised, and I hope you don't mind if I'm not going to ask counsel to cede the podium, I'll just take it from here, is that our application for shortening time, which specifically did reference Your Honor's the June 14th hearing, when Your Honor directed us to submit something requesting an extension of the challenge deadline. That was the purpose of that paragraph 2 in our the application for shortening time, docket 984.
But you didn't ask for it.
That's what it was intended for,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
I just don't, I'm, like I said, I don't hide stuff. That was just really surprising to me. I didn't understand it. I just didn't understand it. But
So we accompany.
But here we are.
So, Your Honor, when they talk about prejudice with the overhang, it was certainly contemplated under the terms of the final cash collateral order. I'm sorry, the final DIP financing order. And as discussed during the June 14th hearing, was that the challenge deadline could, on an outside date, get extended to July 4th. So what we would contemplate, Your Honor, is that we could have a hearing on the motion to dismiss before the week is out. We could ask Your Honor's ruling before the week is out. And
there's a motion to dismiss also?
Excuse me?
There's a motion to dismiss also? I thought the motion for reconsideration, right? That's yeah.
We could have a preliminary hearing before the week is out. We would like to request discovery on these issues because they're, not to get too caught up in the facts of the case, Your Honor, but the fact of the matter is the ad hoc bondholder group had requested this information on day 2 and was not on day 2 of the case and was not provided the information. We solicited a request for a confidentiality agreement back then, was not provided with that. It wasn't until I think it was May 26th that we finally entered into the the confidentiality agreement that currently exists between the parties. So it wasn't until the discovery that Your Honor essentially directed the parties to produce to us after the June 14th hearing that we then learned about the information that is now the basis of our motion for reconsideration. So, Your Honor, for them to say, well, they've known about this forever, they've had an opportunity to be in the case. The fact of the matter is, Your Honor, we would be able to produce emails that show that we had been requesting information and had been ignored. Not only were we requesting information from the debtors, but we were requesting information from the committee, and we were not being provided that information. And we were a party in interest. And then all of a sudden, a day before the June 14th hearing, these parties announced that there's this global settlement, and it doesn't involve the largest unsecured creditor in the case. So, creditor group, I should say, in the case, and that's where we are. So we should be entitled to discovery on this. And if the parties feel that they're prejudiced by, some overhang on this case, well, that's just a matter of them not having been candid with the court back at the time of the interim order being entered and not being candid with the parties at the time that they announced this settlement.
Your Honor,
that
but
is brought to the court's attention on June 14th. That's the kind of thing that I was talking about, is that if you think they were not being candid, you said that. You said that now, you said that in the papers. And that's one of the, I'm not doing any preliminary hearings. I'm getting this done. I'm getting this done. There's no reason for any preliminary hearings. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Well, Your Honor, we should be entitled to,
And Your Honor, if
disputing the facts, we should be entitled to discovery on these facts.
we can very clearly share our emails, of course, that show the first reach out weeks after the first day hearing. We
Okay.
can share all of that, and that's fine. And the indenture trustee is a member of the committee who agreed to this settlement. And we all know those facts.
That's what
Those facts we can happily address, but we all know, Your Honor, that if a debtor or any other party isn't being candid with an entity, they can, of course, always seek formal discovery. I disagree with the comments that were just made by counsel, but we know that there's another path. So to claim impossibility as to what the DIP need was as reflected in week 2, I think we are just beyond the bounds of reasonable inquiry. Your Honor, I think we're prepared to do what we need to put on the record that we can today to dispense with this hearing. We believe that it can actually be decided on legal argument, probably as a threshold matter. I think that was reflected in the papers, including the DIP lenders papers, that they were hoping to address these threshold issues first. But Your Honor, we do have our chief restructuring officer in the room that that can respond to the items that were in our filed papers. There's no need to extend this longer than absolutely necessary.
Well, Your Honor, I asked my co-counsel be heard.
Your Honor, Andrew Glenn, for the record, on behalf of the Bond Rules Committee. Your Honor, we heard about the DIP budget the day before the interim DIP hearing. We heard about the wind down budget that disclosed the results that form the basis of the motion to vacate the day before the final DIP hearing. Now we're being told that Your Honor should decide our 60B motion on 1 day's notice when Your Honor hasn't even had the chance to review the papers.
No, I have.
Okay, thank you.
I have. I said I didn't review them before.
Okay,
I didn't review
fair
the
enough.
entire motion before I signed the order shortening time, but now I have reviewed all the papers.
Fair enough, thank you. And so our point is this: if we're going to do this, let's do it fairly and let's do it correctly. Let's have that evidentiary hearing. It's not appropriate to bring a witness in court without giving us the opportunity to conduct discovery. And that's all we're asking for here. We haven't even had the chance to have formal discovery. My declaration that I submitted, thank you very much to the debtor, was they made Ms. Etlin, who I know, available for informal interviews. This wasn't a formal discovery process. This is the game-changing moment in this case, Judge. We don't think our recovery is going to be anything meaningful in this case because of what happened on the first day. I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong, but that's where we are today. So I would like, for one time in this Chapter 11 case, to have actual due process, discovery, and an evidentiary hearing before the court. If they're right and they prove it to me, you won't even see me. But I should have that right.
Right, we would be happy to share within the provisions of the rules that provide for how discovery is sought. And 2004 examinations, it's very clear. We've had them served on us in each case. There's no lack of due process. He's been at every hearing since the first day.
The due process is based on the circumstances, and so I'll consider all the circumstances.
Sure. Yes, of course.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
David Hillman, for the record. Sixth Street Specialty Lending as pre-petition agent and DIP agent. We were as surprised as you were. We moved fast to get you papers. It is absolutely critical that we have a path forward expeditiously. And I heard you loud and clear, and I am very appreciative that you will address this with due speed. I have a proposal that I think makes sense.
I'm willing to listen.
I believe that there are several threshold issues that don't require you to make findings of fact that could be determined as a matter of law as to whether or not this reconsideration motion could ever be approved. I do not believe that there are any facts that could be developed to support that motion. So I would like the opportunity, and I don't think that that will take very long, to make the threshold arguments. Some of them are in the text of Rule 60B. For instance, I'll just point one out. Rule 60B says that you can seek reconsideration of a final order. As you know, you may have seen paragraph 36 of the reconsideration motion, where interestingly, it deletes the word final and does an ellipsis with the word "an order." The text of Congress's statute is clear, or Rule 60B, only final order. So right there, they ask you to vacate the interim order. The statute they cite doesn't give them a basis. Those are the types of legal issues, and there are several. We've outlined them in our letter. You're dealing here with, and I don't want to be overly dramatic, but this is systemic risk, right? This is a cloud here to allow a party 63 days after the interim order was entered, after the DIP lenders have advanced 40 million of new funding, 54 million on the eve of bankruptcy, agreed to allow 36 million of cash to fund reserves, to have the rug pulled out from under them. I know you know this, but every hearing is, the press is here. I mean, the Wall Street Journal, the reorg researches of the world, the bankruptcy blogs, The capital markets need to know that this can't happen. So this would wreak havoc on dip lending. So having it done swiftly today, starting with threshold issues, I think makes the most sense. And if we haven't convinced Your Honor, and I'm confident that I will be able to live up to this burden, that you can't dismiss this just on legal issues, and the only one who has to make that decision is you. Then we pivot and we stay here till as long as it takes. And I appreciate you say this week to get it done. They've asked for to get it done fast. I heard you say, Your Honor, that you were concerned we couldn't move fast enough. We are here to resolve this because of the extreme importance. I'll note that there are implications in here. For instance, we thought we were dealing with an extension of the challenge period, and we have reserves that are supposed to be released on certain dates. And there's no scenario where I will agree to any release of the reserves, which are funding warrant payments, wind down payments, priority payments. That is an extreme prejudice. I can't let that happen today. So I want to address that issue.
But
I think,
Mr. Hillman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I didn't say the threshold issues. I was going to limit the factual presentation to the threshold issues, because there are a lot of facts that are said in the papers that the bondholders take issue with. And so, but they already take issue with them. So that's why I'm more feeling, again, just putting it on the line, that we need to just address the threshold legal, and some of which are factual or mixed legal and factual issues.
Okay.
Before getting into the complete underlying merits of what the basis for the reconsideration motion is, and to do it very quickly, because
I'm ready to do it right now. Right now. The debtors, I assume, are prepared to address the legal issues, threshold issues right now. I assume Mr. Glenn, who wanted to have his motion heard, can at least articulate the legal issues right now. We'll go through them one by one. And if Your Honor thinks there's enough for further hearings, then we're going to stay here and get it done at your, whatever Your Honor says is.
Well, I mean, I think that in fairness, it's 3 o'clock today, and there was in my mind, the initial confusion as to what exactly was going to happen today. And I thought we would talk about, for example, there's the motion to seal, and there's, as you said, there's a lot of people that are interested in this, and I don't understand how. I'm not clear. Not that I don't understand. I'm not clear on how that's going to work in this context.
No.
Because there was inadvertent, I believe, disclosure of what was supposed to have been confidential information, but I'm not sure how. Some of it I saw in the papers that were coming back at me, so I'm not sure how much of it really is confidential. But I think we just need to. That was my thought. My thought was, you flushed it out. I didn't say enough. I said I wanted to get it going this week, and even as soon as tomorrow. But that to address the threshold legal issues, which I believe, sir, are informed by facts that are disputed, and I need to make the call on those. In order to make a complete call, I need to, for example, whether it's newly discovered or they couldn't have discovered it. I know what your arguments are, and that really what they say goes beyond that, in the sense that it is, what they're saying is that you knew about it and you didn't disclose it, you and the debtor and all that, I want to hear about it. And I think those issues are really out there. They're here now. They're front and center. I think people know what the issues are, and they've defined them in briefs that not yours, but the others that extend 20 or so pages. So
right. Will defer to exactly how Your Honor suggests. The only thing I would say is, regardless of the facts, for instance, 60B says what it says. You can rule right now that you can't use 60B to undo the interim order. You can rule right now that you can't use a reconsideration motion to eviscerate 364E. You can't rewrite the code.
They said you didn't do in good faith, sir. They said they're saying you're not proceeding in good faith. That's what they're saying.
Your Honor, if I may.
Well, we'll just let them have their little discussion and then.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes,
Joshua Susper, Kirkland Ellis, on behalf of the debtors. I would like a full trial. We've been questioned by, I don't even know who he is, he's calling us non-candid.
I mistook
Feinstein
creditors committee counsel.
and
Sorry.
questioning our good faith. We're going to put our witnesses on the stand. We are going to demonstrate our good faith and demonstrate our good name and have a full, fair trial and actually get to where Mr. Glenn said he didn't want to be, but somewhere not here, because there's no there. And we want to demonstrate that to Your Honor. We're happy to do it as soon as tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Good. I object to that, Your Honor. So what we have here is a letter without any affidavit support where they're going to tell the court what evidence they're going to put on the stand. Okay. I've interviewed Ms. Etlin. Do I have one email from the debtors? Do I have one email from 6th Street? We asked for them to produce documents. They said, we're not going to give you anything. So tomorrow I'm going to put, they're going to put a witness on the stand. I get to cross-examine that witness and I have no discovery, no evidence, no deposition, no documents. We're just compounding the due process issue. I spoke to, I want to be very clear with the court. Okay. Kirkland was very gracious. They made Ms. Etlin available to me. Okay. Andrew Glenn, have not accused Kirkland or Ms. Etlin or even 6th Street of any intentional misconduct. Okay, I want to make that very clear. Okay, but what I did gather from those interviews was a fast-moving, fast-developing situation where they filed the case on Sunday night and the court heard the dip hearing on Tuesday. And during that very compressed period, things changed. Things changed, and those were not disclosed, not because they were hiding the ball necessarily. I don't know. They haven't given me one email. How could I possibly tell the court that they've done that? I don't know, but I am entitled to Rule 34 document production to understand that. And you know what? Mr. Sesberg and I know each other. Okay, maybe we go to a conference room at Kirkland and we have that conversation tomorrow. Maybe this is all explained to me. But what I understand happened is that the company at least knew about the blowout sales weekend right leading up to the filing, and it changed things. Okay, and what wasn't disclosed on day one, not necessarily for nefarious purposes or whatever, was how much cash the company had. Okay, we were told that there was a $30 million hole. That creates the emergency where I think Your Honor would have the basis, as you did, to act to approve the final dip. Now, I told them over the weekend what we were going to do after the series of interviews. I said, you know what, the Pacholsky firm did their job. There's a couple issues with the make whole. We looked at the perfection documents. They're perfected. But what happened right before that hearing was the disclosure of the actual dip budget, the performance for the first time. And so I told them we were going to move to reconsider in advance. I told Kirkland we were going to do it. They sent me a letter, file it under seal. I instructed Mr. Kanoian to file everything under seal so we wouldn't have this fight. Yes, that was a regrettable event. But Mr. Hillman and I discussed, he's going to Europe for a vacation. He said, let's not do this hearing until I get back. Fine. There wasn't an urgency over the weekend when he told me that. This is a liquidation. This is a liquidation. There's no overhang on this case. They're going to follow through with the liquidation if I win this case or if I lose this case. Let's do this right. Let's have more informal discovery, which Mr. Sussberg has offered. Failing that, I want documents. I want the emails between them. I want their analysis of the cash going into this case, and I want the opportunity to depose these witnesses before they take the stand before the court, as due process and the federal rules of civil procedure allow. Thank you.
Wait, but sir, I'm looking at the application for shortened time, and it says you want a hearing on the motion for reconsideration today, actually at 10 a.m.
Well, we're in a bizarre procedural conundrum, Your Honor, and that conundrum is, as you described, you were expecting a letter. I thought I might send you a letter. This is a different procedural construct than what we discussed. We were trying to fit within the deadlines. Okay. We're not here. We were never here. I talked to Mr. Hillman about this. We didn't intend to have a hearing before the court today. We intended to have a hearing on the motion to seal today.
So, Mr. Sussberg, is it a problem to get them those emails and whatever documents you're gonna present to your witnesses?
Yeah, we'll get them all the documents and we'll do it quickly. We do want this resolved as quickly as we can.
So, Judge, why don't you allow us the opportunity to meet and confer over the next 24 hours to see if we can come up with a resolution that works for us and hopefully you, rather than arguing about this in front of you.
Okay, that.
Sorry, Your Honor, David Hellman, only because Mr. Glenn decided to bring me into this discussion. He did send an email to me asking for documents. I sent him an email back. I said, what's the legal basis? He never responded because he didn't have a legal basis. He never sought discovery. Could have, never sought discovery, never filed an objection to the initial dip motion, final dip motion. We all know how contested matter discovery works. You file a motion. You're entitled to 9014 discovery. Never did that. Could have done that. Never filed the request for 2004. Or in fact, I think in this jurisdiction, you may even have an ability to take 2000. Never sought to do that.
No motion needed.
Okay, so it's not some surprise that we're here. And the thought that we should now stop the process to have discovery is backwards. He asked for I did say to him that I'm leaving the country on Saturday. Your Honor said you're available to have this resolved before Friday. I think if this cloud continues, it will be a big mistake. And I would urge the court to please to stick with the schedule. Let's start today. Let's start tomorrow. This notion of some deprivation of due process, that's made out of whole cloth. Thank you, Your Honor.
I think it's like I said, I think it's fair to give Mr. Glenn, the bondholders, the information that's going to be relied on on the affirmative case. And really, it's their case. The truth is, it's their motion, and it's really their case. But in this circumstance, it's kind of somewhat flipped in a way. It's their case. They can, and if they have something that they're going to rely on that's not in the possession or control of the debtors, then you should give it to them also. And
Your Honor, can I be heard briefly for the committee, please?
Sorry?
It's Robert Feinstein, Your Honor. May I be heard briefly for the committee?
Oh, okay. I thought you were here.
I'm not sitting at council's table on the Zoom today. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I just want to point out one of the predicates for the committee's settlement with the lenders and with the debtor was to avoid the friction costs of a heavily contested matter, discovery, trial proceedings in a case that's already desperately thin. So we're concerned about setting this on a path of open-ended discovery and a trial and so forth, because it's just going to erode the estate in a significant way. And I think there are threshold questions, Your Honor, at least from the committee's perspective, that I think should be addressed before we embark on that expensive course. And specifically from our perspective, Your Honor, the ad hoc note holders were in the courtroom on the first day when the roll-up was approved.
The ego
and
on you.
We all agreed that was a controversial thing. It was tough on the unsecured creditors. I watched it from a distance because we had no client at the time. But Mr. Glenn's partner was in the courtroom, knew that there was a roll-up, and knew from Mr. Hillman's speech that this was permanent, that this was not subject to being rolled back. So to conclude the hearing by saying nothing on this issue is surprising to us. What they said was we reserve our rights. And then from the date of that hearing through the end of May, from the committee's perspective, we never heard from them. Not an informal request, not a formal request. And as somebody just noted, we all know the bankruptcy rules. If there was an issue about the entry of the interim order, something that could be raised in the context of the final order, serve discovery. The bankruptcy rules provide for it. There was ample time to do it. And yet there was no discovery served. And then you have the final hearing where, again, the ad hoc lenders counsel showed up and essentially consented to the entry of the final order, so long as it contained a charter for them to extend the challenge period. So like everybody else, we were surprised when the challenge request didn't come, that instead we got a reconsideration motion to vacate both orders. Because no objection was filed, Your Honor, one of the threshold issues in our mind is how can you move to reconsider an order that you didn't object to? And that's both the interim order and the final order. And again, the counsel for the group was in the courtroom on both occasions. So if the consequences of that can be determined on a threshold basis, I don't think you need to get into who said what to whom about the budget, because there was more than adequate due process. In fact, the ad hoc note holders had a better chance than the committee to avoid the roll-up because they were in the courtroom on the first day, but they didn't say anything. So to me, these are gating issues, Your Honor, that if they're disqualifying to a reconsideration motion, like lack of standing, if you didn't file an objection, how can you move to reconsider? We might save ourselves a lot of time and money. And the committee's goal here was to save expense and try to maximize value through a settlement that we still support because it was the right thing based on the facts on the ground on the first day of the case when things were uncertain. So to be, have it second guessed by 2020 hindsight by somebody who didn't object and had all this opportunity to take discovery really is unfortunate, Your Honor. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, telling me to join audio. I'm not sure why. I think there has been a lot of opportunity for discovery in this case, and for whatever reason, it didn't happen. And I am concerned about the costs, but I'm also concerned about having a hearing that is on a full record. So that's what I'm going to do. You can confer between today and tomorrow at 10 o'clock when we will gather here again. And it's not going to be a long drawn out, days on end hearing. It's going to be hopefully concluded within the day, or if it has to spill over to Thursday, then it spills over to Thursday a little bit, but keep your witnesses short and sweet, and we'll get it done.
I appreciate the speed. There's 2 points. One I'm going to call housekeeping, one is substantive. Housekeeping, I want to make sure that the reserve release date as defined in paragraph 10 does not happen until at least we continue for the hearings, hopefully, that get resolved. So I would ask, with the debtor's permission, that we all agree on the record that the reserve release date is extended for at least one more day, and then we can determine what happens at the end of the day.
Your Honor, Emily Geyer for Kirkland. On behalf of the debtors can agree to the extension of the release date. We don't want to, hold that and over the heads of anyone. It's not an uncapped extension, just to be clear, Your Honor. It'll just continue until this hearing has concluded. If we need to discuss it further after that, we can engage further.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. So.
And now on the substantive point, I'd like to make an oral motion. I recognize there's going to be a hearing tomorrow. Rule 60B, what they moved under only allows for reconsideration of final orders. That's in the text. They have sought to reconsider using Rule 60B, both the interim order and the final order. Based on the rule, the text of the plain language, I would ask that the motion be dismissed as it relates to the interim order, and we can come tomorrow at 10 o'clock to deal with reconsideration of the final order. That's my narrow oral motion for the court's consideration.
I think, didn't they cite a case or two that says that you can reconsider the orders on even interim orders on or non-final orders under 60B? And I just haven't had a chance to review it. I know it says that. I know what it says that.
I don't believe that the ad hoc group has suggested that Rule 60B applies to interim orders.
Your Honor, if I may. Again, Gregory Kanoyan for the ad hoc bondholder group. Your Honor, paragraph 4 of the final order is very clear that upon approval of the final order, it also reapproves the interim order. So essentially the interim order gets rolled up into the final order. So basically what council is saying is that if we had tried to file a 60B motion on day 2, they would have argued that it's not a final order and that we would never have been able to bring this information to your honor's attention.
Okay.
I didn't hear him say that you could use 60B to reconsider an interim order. So I stand on the motion and I didn't hear any explanation of why the words of the statute don't say what they mean, or any authority in any case to stand for that proposition that the word final should be struck from Rule 60B, the statute they rely upon.
Yeah. I just, like I said, I want to do this on the full record.
Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
appreciate your motion and oral motion, but I just want to, like I said, I had trial yesterday. I had motions this morning, and I was trying to read these papers, and I just want to have an opportunity myself to satisfy myself that this is being done correctly.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to understand your ruling. So we're going to meet and confer. What is your expectation in terms of the timing of discovery and the presentation of witnesses to Your Honor?
My expectation is that you will talk about to Mr. Sussberg or whomever, Ms. Geyer, whoever it is that you need to talk to, and exchange the documents that you're looking to rely on tomorrow, and then you can put on your case and they can put on their case, and that's where it'll go.
Okay. I'm just going to note for the record my objection to that. I would like to get all the communications underlying what they're going to present. Otherwise, I'm stuck cross-examining them on what they want to present, which is not fair to me.
I think there's an argument, sir, that I'm giving you more than you're entitled to, because you could have asked for this 60 days ago.
I respectfully disagree, Judge. This information came out on the eve of the last hearing, and
the results of the debtor's results came out on the eve of the last hearing.
Eve of the last hearing.
Yeah. Okay.
Judge, we're absolutely going to confer with Mr. Glenn. We'll get him the documents and we will be ready to go tomorrow. Thank you, Judge.
10 o'clock work for everyone?
Make it work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. Holman raised a substantive issue that I think it's a substantive issue, is what happens with the seal?
I believe that issue is now largely moot because we've agreed on the redaction of certain items. I think by tomorrow, one of those issues is the ultimate disposition of the leases. I couldn't speak as to whether that now can be disclosed, but I think that was one of the, the value of the lease designations is one of the key items that was sealed.
Because in addition to being a legal substantive issue, it's a practical issue, because there's a lot of people listening in on Zoom and participating via Zoom, and there's a lot of people here. And what would we do? Would we empty out the courtroom and close out the Zoom, or what would we do?
Yes, Your Honor, we will meet and confer on how to protect the confidential information that we don't want out there. It's really goes to misapprehensions about projected recoveries, and we need to make sure that we'll make sure that he has all the information necessary, and we'll propose something to Your Honor that makes sense.
That's a good idea.
Yes.
Okay, and then and I'm not trying to open a Pandora's box in any way. I believe that at least from our point of view, we sealed the document as soon as we got notice that it was not sealed, and I'm not sure whether it was widely disseminated or not widely disseminated or what.
Your Honor, it was posted to public dockets, or
I know
the various subscriber subscriber sites that we all know and love. Those were posted instantly. We spent a good deal of the day getting them removed and trying to do damage control. To council's credit, they joined us in that effort. So it was not. We can't say right now what the discernible damage is, but there is certainly an unanswered question there.
Okay, I was just hopeful because I see from the docket markings that looks like it was filed around 1 a.m. On the morning of the 26th. So I was thinking maybe it wasn't that widely disseminated, but
that's correct, Your Honor. I think it was up for many hours and through the morning before it was taken.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Your Honor, Greg Knoyan again. I'm the one who inadvertently uploaded the declaration, which was supposed to be filed under seal, which eventually was filed under seal. I realized that mistake, like the filing was at 1 a.m. I realized that mistake by 1:30 in the morning, and alerted my co-counsel about that. And I had called Chambers, left messages for Ms. Hall, your senior law clerk, and also for Mr. Phil Garris, your courtroom deputy, at 6:30 in the morning. Ms. Hall called me at 8:15, 8:20 in the morning. By 9 a.m., the entire docket of 982 was blocked from public view. And I had asked the assistant deputy in charge at the clerk's office, Ms. Veloz Jimenez, whether or not the IT department would be able to tell us who or how many people may have downloaded the document in the interim, and I did not get a response back on that.
Okay.
Judge, we're totally fine with this. This happens. There's a reason why pencils have erasers on the end, and we talk all the time with our folks about mistakes, and you got to be able to fix them and identify them. So it's fine. We're moving forward. Looking forward to having our day in court.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Hillman for the record. Appreciate Mr. Sussberg. I just wanted to reserve our rights on those issues because if the information that flowed, if it hurts anybody, it hurts our client's recovery first. So our rights are fully reserved. And part of the challenge is when I stood before you and read into the record the settlement that I reached with Mr. Glenn, at your suggestion, we adopted your proposal. The very first thing was that Mr. Glenn's clients would sign a non-disclosure agreement. That never happened. Only Mr. Glenn signed the NDA. I just found out about this morning. Another surprising fact. So when we think about the consequences that flow from what is effective a breach of a non-disclosure agreement, it was a breach of an expectation that was read into the record that this wasn't going to be just a frolic and detour of a lawyer who submits an affidavit, but clients. That hasn't happened here. They didn't sign the NDA. And if I'm wrong, Mr. Glenn will correct me.
We have a client rep that has signed an NDA. None of the other clients saw any confidential information.
Are you going to give that to Mr. Hillman so that? Yeah. All right. And I guess the main parties in interest here are, of course, the debtor, of course, the bondholders, but also the creditors committee and Mr. Hillman's client. So whoever has witnesses, you should tell each other whoever the witness today, tell each other who the witnesses are and so that they know. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ross Fiedler of Kirkland and Ellis on behalf of the debtors. We can now, with Your Honor's permission, turn to the agenda. Hopefully more exciting news. Yeah.
But that's okay.
As Ms. Geyer.
I thought that's where we were going to start, but it didn't quite work out that way. But so I have to reorganize myself for a moment also. Okay.
Yes, of course.
Because I know, I changed the pile of my papers and there was as I said at the beginning, there was an amended agenda file.
That's right, Your Honor. None of the matter, the agenda items actually moved. It just reflected additional filings since the prior agenda.
So why don't we go through it? I have that. I have them both now.
Okay, great. Well, Ms. Gower definitely didn't bury the lead. The next item on the agenda is the sale motion to overstock.com. As your honor's aware, at the first day hearing, we discussed one of the key elements of the case, which was a potential sale of all or a portion of the debtor's assets. We filed the bidding procedures motion, which your honor approved at docket number 92. We further amended that order just to extend certain dates and deadlines throughout the case, which proved very helpful as we ultimately reached a stalking horse purchase agreement with overstock.com. That agreement contemplates a sale of certain intellectual property and e-commerce assets of the Bed Bath & Beyond.com banner for $21.5 million in cash, subject to certain conditions. We did file a selection of the stalking horse bidder notice at docket number 708, which your honor subsequently entered an order approving the stalking horse bidder and the APA memorializing that transaction at docket number 791. Shortly thereafter, we held an auction with respect to certain assets that were subject to the overstock bid. Unfortunately, that auction did not result in a qualified bid for those assets that exceeded the value provided by the overstock bid. And so we filed a notice of successful bidder that was at docket number 877, identifying overstock as the successful bidder and certain backup bidders. So now we're here seeking approval of that transaction on a final basis. I'll just, before I get into anything else, your honor, I'd like to move the declaration of Christian Temke of Lazard into evidence in support of the sale. That was filed at docket number 1088.
Right. Any objections? Having heard no objections, I'll admit that into evidence.
Thank you, your honor. So just real quick before I get to a conclusion here, I wanted to highlight one issue related to certain objections that were filed related to a separate notice not applicable to the relief requested today. In accordance with the bidding procedures, we did file a notice of potentially assumed executory contracts and leases to inform parties that we would potentially be seeking to assign those leases or contracts through a sale. That's not the case here. We have an overstock sale that deals with IP assets. No leases are being assigned. There's only 5 IP contracts that are actually being assigned. So all of the objections and the notices and the reservations of rights that have been filed, they don't relate to this sale. We've, made a lot of progress in letting folks know and trying to clear up that confusion, but I don't think any of those objections need to be addressed today.
Yeah, I think that, it was helpful that additional notice that was filed for, clearing that up. I think there was a lot of confusion. And
yeah, certainly.
Cleared up.
And we filed the reply also just to identify the contracts that are actually being assigned.
Mm-hmm. And no objection as to those.
Correct, Your Honor. So with that, Your Honor, I'll submit that the debtors believe that approval of the sale is an appropriate exercise of the debtor's business judgment. It maximizes value of the debtor's estate, and it's supported by the DIP lenders and the UCC. So unless Your Honor or anyone else has any questions or would like to be heard, we'd respectfully request entry of the order. I will note, I don't know if we've done it yet. Have we filed a revised order? If we haven't, we'll file it and submit it to Chambers shortly after the hearing.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And so, yeah,
at an appropriate time, Your Honor, if I may be heard.
Yes, who is that, please?
Sure.
Doshi?
Yes, Amish Doshi on behalf of Doshi Legal Group, on behalf of Oracle America, Inc.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
It was my understanding there was going to be a representation, perhaps counsel forgot in all the hour-long prior discussion, but Oracle America, Inc. and the debtors are parties to numerous contracts, and I understand that that portion of it relates to the sale that's going to be going forward. There is one aspect of our objection that we filed. We were objecting to any transition services agreement to be entered into between this buyer and the debtor. And my understanding is there's not going to be a TSA And if I can have confirmation of that from the debtors council as well as purchaser, that issue would be resolved. Or at least for the next sale.
Confirmed, Your Honor.
Did you hear that, sir? It was confirmed by the debtors council, but I guess.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I have reviewed this application in motion, and it really easily satisfies the tests that are set forth in this circuit in Abbott's Dairies. It's a proper exercise of the debtor's business judgment. It was adequately, more than adequately noticed. There was an auction sale. The competitive, well, there was in some sense some competitive bidding, but certainly there was because there's two backup bidders for partial assets, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So there was interest and there was bidding, but it didn't result in a higher bid. But sometimes that happens, and the price was negotiated between very sophisticated parties. No indications of any interest. So I will approve that. Approve the sale.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Grant the motion.
So next on the agenda is a motion to approve a lease termination agreement with CP Venture 5. This was filed at docket number 773. An order shortening time was entered shortly thereafter at docket number 783. The objection deadline for this motion was yesterday at noon, Your Honor. No objections were received. The deal here is pretty simple: $260,000 paid to the debtors plus a waiver of all claims. The debtors and their real estate consultant believe the offer is above value and agreed to this termination on that basis. So absent any questions from Your Honor, we'd respectfully request entry of the order.
I had 265. Is that 265?
Yes, 265.
Right, okay. All right. Again, and this is even, in some sense, easier because it's an agreement between parties and there's a significant consideration being paid, and there's also a lot of pre-agreement marketing and efforts and the deal the debtor came up with, and proper exercise of business judgment, and really I don't even have to get into all the other issues. So.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. So next on the agenda is another lease termination motion with Agua Mansa. This was filed at docket number 724 with an order shortening time entered by Your Honor at 732. The objection deadline was also yesterday at noon. No objections were received. The deal here relates to a warehouse in California. The purchase price and termination fee is $5 million. Also, a $9 million LC will be canceled upon entry of the order. There'll be mutual leases for both parties. This is a location that the debtors have been marketing for quite some time, and no actionable offers were received for the location outside of this lease termination agreement we have today. So unless Your Honor has any questions or any other parties wish to be heard. No.
Somebody wishes to be heard. Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Gold, unsurprisingly.
Good to see you live, Your Honor. Ivan Gold of Allen Mackins for the landlord, Agua Mansa, Commerce Phase 1 LLC. We filed, part of our deal, Your Honor, was a good faith finding under 363M, and we filed the docket 997, excuse me, 997, the declaration of Douglas Roberts, illustrating the arm's length nature of the transaction and the lack of the relationship between this landlord and the debtor, other than the landlord-tenant relationship. The common management of the property manager of the landlord is also manager of other Bed Bath & Beyond retail locations, but truly an arm's length relationship with the requisite stuff. I would move 997 and the proposed order uploaded by the debtors. I believe it's at 9. It's a revised form of order, was uploaded previously, that we would ask entry consistent with that order, Your Honor.
Do I have the revised form of order?
Yes, I believe it's at 967.
Yeah.
And it's
I should have
reflected on
asked,
the
do I
agenda.
have the revised, do I need revised orders on any of your prior ones? Not you, Mr. Goldie,
Only on the sale order, Your Honor.
on the sale order. Okay, we'll wait for that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, any objections to, the declaration being moved into evidence? Having heard none, it will be admitted into evidence and get those findings as well, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too. So that is also approved and we have that revised order.
Great. Turning, Your Honor, to the last motion on my plate before I turn the podium over to my colleague, Mr. Sloman, is the final cash management order. We've adjourned this motion a few times to reach an agreement with the United States trustee on the terms of the final order, specifically the 345B waiver. We are very pleased to report we have reached an agreement on that issue, which is reflected in the revised proposed order that I believe was filed at docket number 1075. So unless Your Honor has any questions or the United States trustee would like to be heard, we'd respectfully request entry of the order.
Your Honor, just that I agree with Mr. Peter's comments, and the order does reflect a limited waiver based on 3 specific accounts, which it actually reflects what's happening with those accounts, and with the additional language in paragraph 5, the U.S. trustee has no objection to the order being entered.
And that's the one that was filed yesterday as a final order at docket 1075.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, well, I know just by the adjournments and the language changes that this was also vetted with the trustee's office and whomever else wanted to look at it. And this is the final product of that, so I'm not going to disturb it and I'll enter that order.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. We just have one agenda item left. I'll cede the podium to my colleague, Mr. Sloman.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael Sloman with Kirkland Ellis on behalf of the debtors, for the record. The last item on our agenda is the debtor's motion to assume and assign certain leases to Burlington, which was filed at docket number 644. The motion seeks to sell 6 leases to Burlington for the price of about $1.53 million. We've negotiated with them and the other parties, and we have filed a revised order on the docket at docket 1090 that reflects the comments from the landlords and other parties in interest. I
guess I know about 2 objections being resolved. But there was one other objection as to the Texas lease.
Yes, so there were 3 objections filed on the docket. 2 were withdrawn this morning. The third, with respect to source 788 with the Sherman lease, we are adjourning that lease to the July omnibus hearing, and we'll hear at a different date. Their counsel is aware and agreed to this.
Okay, I guess I didn't catch up with that part of it yet. I wasn't aware of that.
I believe it's on the amended agenda,
Yeah.
but
That motion is adjourned as to no. So maybe you can just send a confirming note to. Well, we have the revised order again. You're saying.
yeah, and the revised order does not include that store.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and so I've reviewed this motion as well, and saw that there was the assumption and assignment of these particular leases to Burlington, and there were some objections that were filed, 2 of which were withdrawn, 1 of which remains and has been adjourned to July 8th, you said? Yeah. And that was the JMCR Sherman at 450 Travis Street, Suite 250 in Dallas, Texas.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Juan, it's number 7, store number 778.
And the revised order reflects that's been removed. So
I'm sorry?
And the revised order reflects that's been removed from this current package.
Okay. And does the revised order say motion is adjourned as to that one, or does it?
I don't believe so. I think we noted on the agenda, but we can put something on the docket if that's helpful.
Okay. All right. And so the objections to these to this motion were resolved or adjourned as to that one lease. And again, it's bringing some benefit to the estate. I know that they were extensively marketed, and this is the result that was obtained after serious, significant professional efforts to market the leases, and certainly makes sense, and will be approved as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I think that's it for today, unless you have anything further.
I don't have anything further. I guess we'll see everyone tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. And I you know what I do before we go, I do want to say, I want to keep it tight and deal with the threshold issues that are affected by the facts, and we don't need to go far astray. We just need, there's a number of factual statements that were made by both sides, and that's what I want to focus on as to why this is an appropriate 60B motion, and that's what I want to focus and limit the hearing to. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. See you tomorrow.
Ooh, that was exciting. Oh, wow. It's exciting, but I don't think there's anything tangible news for us as shareholders necessarily in there. There are two other bidders behind Overstock, I guess. We don't know if they were better or worse. They don't necessarily pick the highest bid. So, I don't know. Did you guys hear anything bullish in there necessarily? A lot of just excitement. Need more objections. And I guess they probably won't. Sounds like that the trial in the morning won't be publicized. So maybe we'll hear about it after. I don't know. Funnel is really frustrated. Yeah, I mean that's kind of a moot point for us. The name goes on, that's true. Yeah, Overstock, they said Overstock wants to carry the name on. Is that how I understood that as well? I mean, I guess that's good if you like the name. Continues retail bought during the hearing. That's all that matters. I don't know. Yeah, that's funny. Right when the drama heated up, it was like just there's tension. I don't know. Like I don't watch bankruptcy court hearings, so I don't know if there's normally this much secrecy. I've heard that there's not. It's unusual to have this many NDAs, and yeah, to have this much confidentiality when it's just a normal Chapter 11. So that's bullish if that's true, but I don't. From my own experience, I don't know if this is abnormal or not. Yeah, that was pretty exciting. Well, we'll go to full trial. We want to do it. That's great. And they're like, whoa, no, it's not, we don't want to. Too late, man. It calls your bluff. Baby gets carved out. That's the final hope. Yeah, because I guess Overstock I guess that's the done deal with Overstock. If Baby gets carved out, maybe we get shares of another company, or I guess I don't know how that would work as us shareholders of Bed Bath & Beyond. But I'm curious about. Dude, SPY's closing so bullish.
As you move down the cap,
2 minutes to go.
it's not necessarily happening. And
I was a fool trying to time the top today on those options.
Understood. Okay.
I decided I was a fool and wanted to go big on it too. Big fool.
How does it change the outlook for fixed income?
Big fool better than small fool.
From the duration standpoint, maybe to your guys' point, we don't need to get over our skis here and thinking Powell's going to shock Hawk, but What about the need to
Nice thing about SPY though, I can trade till what, 10 minutes after close. So I don't know, maybe there'd be
right now we do have a bias
more
towards staying up in credit.
Russian Revolution after close.
Other than that,
Last 10
QME,
minutes.
sticking with higher rated municipal issuers or even investment grade corporate bonds over high yield corporate
They're
bonds.
to keep their
But if
BBY for bye-bye, baby.
the municipal bond market, Oliver, I know a lot of the listeners and a lot
I don't
of
know.
clients tend to be trading
But
focused.
barbecue
That
has
can be appropriate for
performed
portion
quite
of your
well in
portfolio, but it
OTC.
also makes sense if
That's
you're looking for a stable
I think
source
that
of tax
that
advantage.
alone is kind of interesting
We're in a high tax bracket.
and
Babies can really be
bullish
a source right there. Because
for
we do think that
the
even
outcome,
if we
honestly.
do go through a slowdown in the
They didn't do any reverse
credit quality
splits.
tends to already
They
be
didn't
very
do all
high.
that.
So about 70% of the muni markets, the highest rated portion out
Seems
there.
like it's just
And if there
found
is
a good
slowdown
place in
revenue,
OTC.
it usually tends to lag. And so a lot of municipalities can make adjustments to it. So we think credit quality.
No, like I said, Archer,
maintain its strength.
if I had gotten a better entry, I would have cut my losses as well. But my I was already so far down, and I'm like, I have to ride these things. So, yeah, you may would have been up at this point a little bit, but I'm still not. Mine haven't changed.
The highest point that they've been, or near the highest point they've
Just
been.
gone down.
So if
Ding
it is
ding, you're
something that's a
fired.
more conservative investment, we do think that the municipal bond market can make sense in this environment.
Buy the brand name and then rent it out to Bed Bath.
Thank you very much. Good thoughts, guys.
Interesting idea.
Very useful, kind of patient way to approach changes in the market here, and be aware of the potential for it, but also wait until there is real fundamental.
It's
and
weird to think about.
observable
After all that,
change.
barbecue's up
Well,
2%,
hence fits and starts
1.9.
of rotation, little sightings of
Faded hard. Yeah,
data.
I know.
But we'll hear from Jerome Powell tomorrow.
If I didn't have PDT, I would have stopped out, played it right, but I was trying not to use. Well, I still believed in the thesis, so I was trying not to close out with a stop because then I can't get back in. I'm trying to do one trade a day, so that's the thing that sucks. One trade a day, so if you're gonna stop out of it, that's it. So that's what caused me to hold to worthless, unfortunately. But yeah, we got a big move up on the SPY today. Nice handle formation. That might be it. That we're at a resistance back here even. See what the extended hours and the futures do. Maybe see a little more up to 437.27 area. But I think the handle is mostly formed today, if this is a handle. So I would just look for a reversal at one of these resistances. If it's not, then we're just chopping, and we could keep climbing all the way back up to those highs. But yeah, so far it's looking like it. The volume like today. Pretty low volume melt up, huh? And yeah. Another sign that it'd be probably a handle. Not a lot of conviction. Operate overstock stores as Bed Bath. Keeps the name indirectly, but gets Here's green. Thanks, my lava. Gaps over high of day, 438 plus. Well, then yeah, you wouldn't be buying into the cup and handle. Because if we get to 438, that would be too far for a handle. Then yeah, we're just back into chop. Back into chop could wander its way back up to these highs. So I'll be looking for some kind of intraday reversal. Could happen in extended hours. Just need to find some resistance or starts hitting resistance and trending down. And I think go up a little bit more first, especially with how today closed. We'll see what futures do, but and this closed super bullish. So futures might pull back a little bit, but I think we could come up a little bit more. We're about there today. Thanks, Bruce. All of them bounced off a higher low support. Yeah. Still seeing this inverse cup though. Anyways, barbecue, what a fun run today. Wow. So end of the day up 2%. Let's see. Double doji on it. We're up at a resistance. More volume than yesterday. I think that's a good thing. Tomorrow I think you go either way. We could break out and then start to use that as support, or we could kind of consolidate a little more, come down some. The double doji is a tell of indecision. You know, the buyers and the sellers are undecided where to put it. So and then we saw that today, just with the crazy volatility up and down. I'm pretty much fully back in, which I was planning not to be, but today's dip and then the way it kind of bounced out of there was pretty magnificent. So I started buying in around 30 cents. Most of it was at 30 cents, and then I did get a little bit more up around VWAP here. And then this morning I sold all of it, actually, like right here. Once we broke that aggressive kind of channel. So yeah, this one right here. We had the channel we started uptrend on yesterday coming into close. Yeah, in the last like 20 minutes. And you continue that, and then got this RSI divergence today. Higher highs in the chart, lower highs in the RSI. Mix that with price action and it works pretty well. Sometimes you'll see that and it will fail like an ETA. But I had that, and then had this break through VWAP and the break of this aggressive trend. And that's when I started closing, which was difficult to do. But yeah, so closed all out here. Was able to dip by a lot of it right down here. So pretty much 20%, not like 18% or more, or less rather, a little less than that. So was able to get almost the same amount of shares for still have 18% more capital. I could get 18% more shares, but I'm not at this point. I'm gonna wait because I think we could still see a little cheaper. Chart's pretty messy today. We have a little RSI divergence there, but it's really such a big range. Yeah, this high to this high. Could still be kind of a bull flag since we are at that resistance. I don't think today was necessarily the handle on this bigger cup. Retrace down to like 27 maybe. Be a legitimate handle. Doesn't have to make a handle, but we do start coming down. I don't know. Today they had a lot of buyers on that dip, so gonna trade in this range somewhere 35 to 27. Yeah, probably something like that. See you later, Daniel. I'll be there saying goodbye to you and you and you and you and you. So long.
I mean, you look, every single sector in the S&P was higher except for healthcare today. So I mean, we saw some pretty broad-based strength. Even the Dow had impressive gains despite the fact that
Inverse cup is invalidated with a bullish denial of the Head and Shoulders.
So, and really, when you look at Walgreens' commentary about the consumer, it wasn't just that less people are getting COVID tested and less.
You mean after it breaks the right shoulder here on the SPY?
Is hurting right now, you know, and you know, you wouldn't necessarily know.
Yeah, that might be a case. But that's where I'm kind of thinking its resistance is do this or like a little bit higher we could go still and be a handle. But yeah, if we break above there, I think you're right. It's not a handle anymore.
I don't know. It's like Walgreens is like we get it all on Amazon anyway. How robust? I don't know.
I still think Walgreens would be a better indicator of.
Okay, thanks guys. Thanks for your support today. Fun day. Thank you, Ace, for the dono. Tasty, thank you for the donation as well. You Ace for the gifted memberships. You guys are legends. Thanks for subscribing, guys. If you haven't, do it. Thank you for your likes. 52 likes in the day. Well done. We'll see you on Discord. See you on Twitter. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around.
It's not super US
Have a good
specific
afternoon.
necessarily today.
Peace
It was a
out.
pretty broad, just kind of